like, probably most of the way through the game. I'm not exactly sure. But, of course, we met Marina, and Marina's got a car stolen by Mariah. Mariah dismantled the car, sold it for parts, and then became our rival as we went out searching for the treasure. And we got first piece of treasure in Shiprock, failed to get piece of treasure in Canyon de Chelly. We went to the Grand Canyon, had a romantic outing with Marina, kind of made friends with Mariah's party. Now we're going to Moab. We just had a cute date in a diner with Marina. And Amber is like really coming to terms with the fact that like she's developed a crush on Marina. And at this point, the trip is no longer like, it's no longer about going to the music festival for her, and it's no longer about the treasure for Marina. It's about treasuring their time, and it's almost like a catharsis for Amber, who just lost her grandfather. It's like tying up like the loose ends of his life too, while we're also trying to help Marina kind of pick up the pieces. So that's as far as we've gotten so far. I think that's about everything. Oh, we also know that Tess was going after Mariah because Mariah drinks all the time and cries herself to sleep and writes edgy poetry like we all do. So I think an ad's about to run here. But yeah, that's the story so far. And I've enjoyed it quite a lot. It's lighter than Please Be Happy is, but it still has substance there that's somewhat dark. So it's been quite enjoyable so far. Alright. Once we're ready to go, I take us over to the edge of the parking lot. As expected, the constant stream of cars makes it impossible for us to get out. I watch impatiently for an opening in the traffic, but can't see one for miles.
Oh, come on!
I press my 5 head to the steering wheel. We've been sitting here for minutes now.
Is there another exit we could use? Onto a different street?
I look and check the mirrors, but don't see anything. The edges of the diner's property are surrounded by a cream-colored fence.
Nope.
Marina begins to sigh, but that quickly turns into a sound of surprise.
Amber, look!
She points past my face up and out the window. An older lady with a little hip hatchback sedan has stopped to let us out. The two of us wave at her as we finally lumber onto the road itself.
Yay! I'm glad somebody was nice at least.
Yeah, still a long way to go though.
The long line of cars extends as far as I can see before it finally goes out of sight around a bend in the road.
Why do you think it's so much busier here than the other places we've been?
Arches is one of the most popular national parks. Like, when you think of parks in the US, you think of Arches and the Grand Canyon and Yosemite, that kind of thing.
I probably wouldn't rank Arches as number 3, but yeah, I would definitely do that. But also, maybe I'm biased to redwood trees.
So I think a lot of people will be at those big spots.
Think it'll be like Shiprock again?
What, with the megaphone and law enforcement?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Probably not. These parks are a lot bigger and more spread out. Way harder to have people watching. The only option would to be straight up close.
And then you have horrible people who sneak in and out of bounds anyway.
Wait a second, do I have something in my Steam store cart? Never mind, I'll worry about that later.
Yeah, exactly. Who would ever do that?
Nobody we know, that's for sure.
It's okay. Once we're filthy rich, we can make a donation to the canyon or something.
Let's just buy the canyon and pay to have everything reconstructed.
Buy the canyon?
Perfect.
It takes a while, but we finally make it up past all the stoplights. After that, it's still slow going, but at least it's steady. Maybe 15 minutes pass crawling through town before things start to pick up. A couple miles away, I can finally see the exit of the park itself. Some people continue past, staying on the highway, but most are in line for arches. At least there's a whole lane for people like us. Traffic is congested like my nose in the winter, but the end is in sight. Girl, it's my nose 24/7. Alright, you can hear it in my fucking microphone. Even though I try to use equalization to dull it a little bit.
May as well get comfy. We're gonna be here a while.
Taking my advice, Marina leans back and props her feet up on the dash. Her dress bunches up by her knees, leaving most of her legs exposed. You looking at her fucking legs? I sneak a few guilty glances from the corner of my eye. If I didn't know any better, I'd think that all the skin she shows was intentional. But it's Marina, which means she's not even conscious about this stuff. God. Just her legs, man. Or me, for that matter. I wonder if she knows that I'm into her. To distract myself, I grabbed the box of tapes. I kept the music off earlier so Marina could sleep.
Wanna pick this time?
Sure.
Setting it in her lap, she begins to rummage through the bin. I'm pretty sure that she knows all the music I have by now. We've listened to every tape at least once, and I have an okay feel for what she likes and what she doesn't. Sometimes she taps her fingers to the beat or hums along when she likes what we're listening to. If she doesn't, she flat out ignores it. The one she settles on is an album of instrumental folk songs, very stereotypical Western sounding. It's a little high energy for just sitting still in traffic, but that's alright. It's better than nothing. You know, the best music for driving along, for example, I always find to be energetic and has a strong percussion beat to it. I mean, there's always the example of Living on a Prayer, which has got a very a driving percussion line to it, but really anything that maintains a good 120 or above with that high drum presence is pretty good for driving, in my opinion. At least that's my opinion. I don't know about yours. We just listen to the music, which I've cranked up loud while we wait. The album is nearly half over by the time we finally make it through the park gates. Although, okay, so me and my best friend had a ritual every Tuesday back in high school, and I'll give you this story. So every Tuesday we would have, I want to say it was practice for the string ensemble in high school. So he would drive me home afterwards, but instead of going straight home, we'd go to Dunkin' Donuts and stuff, and then we'd drive along by the beach, him and I. And every single time he would have me connect my phone, which had just a bunch of alternative rock and punk rock on it and gently emo things. But specifically, every time we reached a certain point near the border to Massachusetts, we'd crank on Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Because we called that part of the stretch by the water the Boulevard of Broken Dreams. It was just run-down casinos and shitty stores that are I don't know, the windows are partially boarded up and shit. And then there's a nuclear power plant near left somewhere. And we're oh yeah, this is the boulevard. This is what Billy Joe Armstrong is talking about right here. So when we get to that point, right before the border of Massachusetts, we'd always hit the Boulevard of Broken Dreams. And eventually we'd turn back once we actually crossed the border, but That's what we do every Tuesday. But between then, we would go and play other things, like I'd play MCR, or I'd play just play the American Idiot album. Funnily enough, if you just play the American Idiot album, you get to Boulevard of Broken Dreams by the time you get there. But yeah. And then when I started getting into K-pop, that got into, I forced him to listen to it against his will. It was pretty good. I'm sure he absolutely enjoyed that. But hey, if you're passing me the aux, you've got a problem. Beyond them, traffic mercifully lets up some. Not because there are fewer cars, there are more cars and rocks to be seen. But a lot of those are pulled off on the shoulder or cramped into parking lots. Nearly every inch of the pavement that doesn't have a car on it has a person instead. Also, there are different trails and forks in the road, so not everyone is going in the same direction now. Being able to drive without having to tap the brakes every couple of seconds is a relief. A pickup truck towing a trailer pulls off the shoulder ahead and back onto the road, so I take his spot. Putting it in park, I take a swig of stone cold coffee. Hold on, do I have any coffee left in this? No, there's no coffee left. Do I have any tea left in this? No, there's no tea left. Fine, I'll take a swig of water. Okay.
Want to grab the pamphlets?
We snagged a couple of brochures back at the diner. They don't have a whole lot of info, but they're a starting point.
So, the journal says that...
Sorry, I didn't read that. I was trying to click on the thing up there to see if I could open it, but I couldn't. That was quite the intro to the song. Marina retrieves them and spreads them out on the table like puzzle pieces. Alongside them is a journal. Its spine lost all strength and the pages just flop around.
So, the journal says that it's buried between two things.
Right, but something out of the way.
Peering out the windshield into the expanses beyond, there's a lot that could be considered out of the way.
It'd have to be something memorable. Or else he'd come back and have no idea where to go.
And anything memorable is probably gonna be something popular, right?
Exactly, yeah.
She flips through some of the pamphlets. They all have the same information on the same landmarks, with just with slightly different pictures.
Wait.
She was about to toss one of them, but it catches my
Hand me
eye.
that.
Marina tosses over the brochure, and I turn to one of the inner pages. It only has one picture and a longer paragraph of text I read aloud.
One of the most famous landmarks in all of the park, Double Arch is a fan favorite. Recognizable for its two elegant curves. Double Arch can be accessed via a short hike and is open to exploration.
I hold up the flyer so she can see the picture. It's two huge arches of stone connected at one side, but otherwise perpendicular from one another. She snatches it out of my hands for a closer look, nearly cutting my fingers.
Oh my god, you think it's between the two of these?
That makes sense, right? You definitely remember how it looks, and it's kind of out of the way.
Yeah, there's no way somebody else hasn't gotten it first, though, right? The papers whiz past my face as Marina hurls them backwards, and she points forward.
Choo-choo, full steam ahead!
Hey, you didn't put the choo-choo in there. Is that ad-lib? I throw the RV back in drive and pull out onto the road again. There are signs everywhere for Double Arch, so we don't need the map we got at the gate. We pass signs for other landmarks too, some with pretty weird names. There's the Parade of Elephants for one thing, which is in the same direction as Ham Rock. There's even a phallic-sounding rock simply called the Organ. All of these are down exits we don't take. Instead, we soon end up in the back of yet another traffic jam. Marina stares out the window as we creep along. Where we are right now is nearly indistinguishable from the highways we spent so much time on. There are a few actual arches around, but none distinct enough to get any real attention. Inch by inch, we advance down the road until we finally come to the parking lot for Double Arch. Problem is, it's totally full. You know, it's kind of sad to me. And it's kind of like, I don't know. The fact that all of these, like, beautiful landmarks, like, every single one has, like, a parking lot by it. I don't know if anybody else gets that sense of how almost wrong and exploitative that feels. I mean, it's not like it's morally bad, but it feels weird that all of the beautiful natural, like, Arches Park has like 2,000 arches, right? And all the significant ones have like a parking lot next to them. It feels very weird to me that all of them do. I don't know if anyone else feels that way. But it's like, I don't know. Again, I don't want to say exploitative of nature, because it's not really exploitative. It's just like nature itself becoming like an exhibit, which is weird to me. It's like an advancement of humans trumping over nature to the point where, like, anything that we can see that's out of the ordinary, it becomes an attraction rather than something that is just, like, enjoyed for what it is. I don't know. But where I went to college, there was always a little, like a little lake thing. Not really a lake, but it's a large pond in the northeast part of campus. And there's like a single bridge that crosses over the western side. But from there, you can mostly go off on your own. And I used to be in a walking meditation course, and we go around that pond every single time. And the fact that it felt like a real nature hike. It didn't feel like it was just like a piece of nature surrounded by concrete. It's kind of something special to enjoy. I don't know if you feel the same way about that. This is my experience with that. Not just busy, but packed. Every parking spot is taken, with a few cars jammed into empty space that's clearly not meant for that. Like lice, people swarm up and down the arch itself, visible even from the road. At least this time, it isn't off limits.
Looks like everyone else had the same idea.
Don't sound so glum. We can still go take a look.
If we can ever find somewhere to park.
Yeah, that is a pretty big if.
The entire caravan passes by the parking lot. There's at least a dozen cars behind me, too. Maybe half a mile down the road, we come across another lot. I just also had to thought that, where's Cyril? I need to talk about the road up to that power plant at the border of Massachusetts.
Up for a bit of walking?
Yeah!
I quickly take one of the remaining spaces. There are a few openings in here. Looks like most people weren't as willing to walk as Marina is. Some of the cars behind us pull in too. We opt to leave the metal detector and other equipment in the RV for now. If we see anything that looks promising, we can come back and grab it. Is this the phallic looking one right here? Because this looks phallic right here. Do you not see it? The walk back up to Double Arch doesn't take long, and it's nice to be outdoors again. We have to stick to the very edge of the road to avoid the stream of cars slowing towards us. Seems there was more than a dozen behind us after all. You return? Welcome back. Missed the serious conversation about nature, but you're here for the phallic-looking rocks. There's a short hike from Double Arch parking lot to the arch itself. It's an easy one, and we don't even break a sweat. Up close, it's obvious that there aren't many people here just to see the sights. Almost everyone is carrying a shovel or some other tool. Rocks are just nature's textured plugs. You just gotta be brave. Textured? It's not the kind of texture I want to shove up there. I don't know about you though, man. You do you. Do you fuck earth elementals too? There's a pair of park rangers watching, but they don't seem to be intervening at all. They just slouch against a wooden fence, looking defeated.
Can you imagine how big of celebrities we'd be if anyone here knew we found the Shiprock treasure?
I whisper as quietly as I can to Marina.
Right? I was thinking about that earlier. I kinda wanted to show off, but that's probably not a good idea.
You wanna bang a fire at your neck? She's like, oh, I'm gonna pull this up again. Oh, where's the internet? Alright, so you're saying you wanna bang this fire at your neck? Yeah, you're justified. You're very justified. Yeah, exactly. Who wouldn't? But you know, according to BZ, this is only like a level 2 monster fucker right here. Same with Monster Masune Spider Girl. That's also level 2 monster fucker. Alright, back to game. I don't want to show up, that's not a good idea.
Like anyone would believe us anyway. But you don't want to have your face all over the New York Times as one of the girls who found the treasure?
Being in the local newspaper is on my bucket list.
I've been in the newspaper. I'm dreaming big, Marina.
My friends from school would totally have a heart attack when they found out. But don't they always say to keep it a secret if you win the lottery?
Yeah. Otherwise, people will never leave you alone. You'll get all sorts of messages from people you used
Gonna
to
crack
know
my
or
neck.
long-lost relatives.
I have enough not lost relatives to deal with. Plus, I don't want to get kidnapped and held for ransom or something like that. What about you?
No way. I'm just gonna quietly retreat into one of my 3 mansions when all this is over.
Do you actually think that much gold is going to get you a mansion? Because I think you'd be lucky to get $10,000 from it.
Oh, you're only gonna buy 3?
Yeah, gotta save the rest for my 14 new motorhomes after all.
She giggles.
Do I get to drive one of them?
Why not? But you could buy your own, you know.
I love Marina's tone.
No way! I'll just come bother you if I need one.
We've gotten as close to the arches as we can. A mob of sweaty people is too thick for us to push our way through. There are dozens of people sweeping over the dusty ground with metal detectors. Hanging back around the edge, Marina's smile fades away quickly.
Yeah, this is a bit of a mess.
People jostle and push each other out of the way. It's hard to believe anyone is actually prospecting so much as they are trying not to lose their spot. 2,400 per ounce. So how big was it? It was like 3 inches by 3 inches by 3 inches box. Right? So like a 27 cubic inch box, right? Now, probably not all of that was gold. Probably, yeah, 27 cubic inches. Probably a third of it was gold. So 9 cubic inches. Which you can convert to cubic centimeters. So that you can do the volumetric, like, so you can multiply it by the density to get the mass. Per cubic centimeter. 19.3 per cubic centimeter. It was probably like a third of it, the rest of it was probably air. Oh, but we're working in ounces, it says. But I'm sure you can do the conversion to ounce. So I'm gonna say it was 9 cubic inches of gold It's kind of solid gold. Yeah, it looked impure. That's why I'm lowballing it at like 1/3 of the box is gold. So 442.5 cubic centimeters. That's the whole thing though, right? Because that alone would be like 8,000 grams. I don't know how many grams are in an ounce. Probably like 50 something, $77 per gram. So it would be like $56,000.
Maybe we should come back later?
Actually, no, it'd be closer to like 62. Oh, no, 6. Wait, if it was pure gold. Oh, right, yeah, 77. It'll be 10 times that, so it'll be like 640,000. 657? Okay. 657,000 if it was pure gold. But it's not. I'm considering like 1/3 of it gold. So like 200k? 10% yield? Yeah, 10% yield is probably 15. 10 and 15 is still like between 60 and 90,000. Which is not enough for like... It's like enough to get you one good motorhome. And they're splitting it too. I don't know if it'll be any better later, but maybe.
I guess. Though if the treasure is here, I feel like someone would have found it by now.
Just like back at Canyon de Chelly.
You know, this must have been going on for a few days now.
Yeah.
All the enthusiasm she had just a minute ago when we were joking around has evaporated in the desert sun. A rock slips past my foot as she kicks at the dirt. I poke her and she yelps in surprise.
Hey now, I'm not saying we give up. I'm just saying we regroup and strategize. We can go see the rest of the park in the meantime. Didn't you say you've wanted to see this place for a while?
Yeah, I guess.
It's obvious that she's still bummed, but there's nothing I can do about that. I have a feeling it's not that arch, though, because it said something about not looking structurally sound in the journal. Once we're back in the motorhome, we leave the busy main road in Aidsop and spend a while seeing the sights from our air-conditioned comfort. Marina's mood improved steadily throughout the day, counteracted only by our growing hunger. As we pull back into Moab, we're both ravenous.
Wanna just heat up our leftovers? Guessing that's a no.
I'm not ready for pancakes again yet. I need a day or maybe a week.
Yeah, I feel that. That's whenever I eat something sweet.
Let me know if you see somewhere you want me to stop.
Now that it's approaching evening, if there aren't any more massive traffic jams going through Moab, we can cruise through at a steady pace, just like when we first got into Arches. Until I slam on the brakes.
You're kidding me.
Raina had been slouching, but bolts upright at the sudden stop.
What happened?
Just a few feet ahead, in the parking lot of the diner we ate this morning, is Mariah's motorhome.
Look at that. It's them.
I point, and Marina leans forward. When she recognizes their RV, she grins.
Should we go see them?
What? No way! That's extra reason to avoid that place.
Could always stake it out and wait for them to leave.
But Amber, maybe we could see about teaming up for the treasure here or something.
That'd never happen. Mariah would rather lose every time than have our help.
Though if they did find it, it would probably be like $10,000 for the each of them.
Besides, it's not like...
Please.
I love Marina. Okay, already giving up in my head. I give Marina one last desperate look.
Seriously?
Yeah, even if we don't team up, it'd be nice to see them again.
Not sure if nice is the word I'd use.
Despite my muttering, I flick on my blinker and change lanes, pulling into the parking lot yet again. Like this morning, it seems pretty busy. I have to park next to Mariah's RV because it's the only open spot large enough. Marina skips out towards the entrance while I trudge behind her. Doesn't take long to find the trio. Even amongst all the eccentric people that the hunt has drawn, their questionable fashion sense stands out. They have a large table near the back, bigger than the one Marina and I ate at this morning. Joseph and Tess share a bench, while Mariah is spread across on the opposite side. I love fucking Mariah's manspreading. It's probably supposed to look sultry, but it comes across more like the bench is devouring her. When she sees them, Marina scurries to the back, hand raised in greeting. I bring up the rear, still slow.
Hey guys!
You're right, she is cut very low. Like, if she went any lower, then that zipper would just be undone completely. Tess and Joseph both wave. I almost said Jess and Toseph. The latter smiling when he sees us. Mariah looks surprised for a second, but then scowls and turns towards them all. The feeling is mutual.
Hey, imagine running into you two here. Just get into town?
Something. I said nothing about toes. I said Jess and Toseph, but I said nothing about toes. You're just seeing what you want to see. And you know, it's tiers 3 subscription to be able to get the Vina feet cam during stream, of course.
Nope, we've been here all day. We actually ate breakfast at this place this morning.
Yeah, you're always a couple steps behind us, I guess.
Mariah's glare is stonier than Double Arch itself, but of course she keeps looking at the wall instead of us. Joseph laughs though.
Here, let's break bread.
He and Tess, not Jess, oh my god, he and Tess scoot down the booth, making some room which Marina promptly fills. I'm left next to the smoldering fury that is Mariah. She moves her leg just a little, but enough for me to sit down.
Thanks. Sorry to barge in on you guys like this.
It's no problem. More the merrier.
I hope you don't expect us to cover your bill.
Groaning, Joe puts his hands over Tess's ears.
Would you at least try not to be a pain in the ass between the hours of 5 p.m. and 6 in the morning? It would make my life
I need to crack my neck,
easier.
but I can't. SMH in my head. He uncovers Tess's ears and gives us a blank look.
She's right, though. There's no way we can afford that.
We had to dine and dash for breakfast.
So what about you? How long have you been here?
They had to steal from the restaurant for breakfast. The poor babies.
We got in around lunchtime. Spent forever and a half stuck in traffic, though.
Had a quick little yawn there. He sounds worn out. I wonder if Mariah ever lets him drive, or makes him.
Us too. We were gonna look around Double Arch, but it was too busy.
Yeah, we took one look at it and just kept driving.
Oh, thank you for
even want to try it.
Thank you for the hydrato. Crackle, crackle. Damn water bottle. I could get like a regular water bottle that says like daddy or something written across the side, but you guys would never be able to see it.
Sis said anyone who bothered to get out was a You weren't supposed to hear that!
I told you, this girl hears everything. Anyway, we were thinking about heading back this evening. See if it maybe cleared out some.
We were gonna do that too. I was telling Amber that we should see if maybe you guys wanted to team up and we could look together.
Hell no.
I love the screen shake. The two of us look at each other. Seems that all we ever agree on is not sticking together.
No offense to you, Joe. Just didn't wanna, you know.
I trail off, trying to think of an excuse that didn't want to deal with Mariah, which is the truth. But Joseph just laughs and waves it off.
Nah, I get what you mean. Don't think Mariah would be too fond of splitting the goods either.
Well, she's fond of showing off the goods, I'll tell you that much. I'm fond of it too. Mariah frowns, but perks back up after just. Marina frowns, but perks just back up after just a second. Soon, a waitress comes to take our order. Marina and I are careful to order meals on the smaller side, just sandwiches with fries. On the other hand, Mariah's order comes with a bunch of requirements as to what can and can't be on it. By the time she's made so many substitutions and extras, it hardly resembles the item described on the menu.
So, I can tell you ladies that it's not at the Parade of Elephants, and Delicate Arch was a no-go too. Think we might try Skyline next.
Delicate Arch? I want someone to turn me into a Delicate Arch.
Good luck, I guess. I wonder how many of those the miner would have known about, though. Pretty sure this park wasn't founded till after the gold rush.
Joseph shrugs.
Amber knows a lot about these places. She's like an encyclopedia.
I can feel my face flush like always when she praises me. Oh, well, Amber's not the only one with a praise kink.
Not really. I just know bits and pieces.
Still, something to be proud of. Aren't too many girls your age who care about anything that happened more than 5 years ago.
It's really nothing special. I just spent a lot of time on the road when I was younger.
That's so.
I appreciate his leaving it an open question rather than prying. Marina looks at me, eyes wide, probably to see if I'm about to cry or something. I try to be nonchalant.
Yeah, until I was in middle school. My grandpa used to drive me all over the country.
I used to go on a few trips until I was in high school too. Like, several places in Pennsylvania, and I've been to BC, Baltimore. Actually, I don't think I've been to Baltimore. I've been to a few places in Virginia, Florida, lots in New York. Fuck New Jersey. I did go to California once, but I was like 2, so I don't remember it at all.
Sounds like a fun time.
It was.
Been to Canada, Montreal, and Quebec. I guess there's no point in fighting it. Plus, Joseph has this kind of disarming air to him, like he exudes calmness. He does. He's a nice guy.
Passed away a little while ago. Still a little.
I tap my throat, hoping that gets my point across. It does. Joseph nods.
I'm sorry for your loss. I know how hard that can be.
Thanks.
Reina's eyes flick between me and Joseph. She must be pretty worried, so I force a smile, even though I can feel that growing glumness that shows up anytime I talk about Gramps.
Meeting this dork has helped a lot, though.
Yeah. That's what I was saying earlier. I jerked my chin towards Marina, who looked shocked, as if I could have been talking about anyone else.
Been a while moping around before that.
Family is good.
I blink. It's so easy to forget she's there.
Yeah, definitely.
I hadn't really thought of it before, but Tass seems to be in a similar situation I was, growing up on the go and all. I'm curious how it all happened, but I won't ask. It's not my place. A far-off look seeps onto Joe's face. He stares out the window like he's gazing at something 100 yards away. Mariah glances up at him. For a split second, if that. She even looks a little concerned, but then it's right back to business as usual. She leers over at me and shoves herself back into the conversation.
So what are you going to do?
Huh?
When all this is over?
She gestures around.
Dinner?
It's the first time that Mariah's, like, taken an interest in her.
No, dumbass! I meant the treasure hunt!
No, dumbass.
Forget it. I don't actually care.
What a lie.
Don't know yet. Mare and I have been kind of talking about that.
She's gonna buy 3 mansions.
Yeah, that. I'll have plenty of time to figure stuff out in my mansions.
3 of us chuckle, but then the conversation trails off. Tess and Marina are working on coloring Tess's menu. From what I can see, it has different characters than the one this morning. They look like they make a good team. Each of them work on separate pictures, but switch from time to time. So Marina will color the hair on one character, then Tess colors the clothes. Despite not talking at all, they don't ever get in each other's way. Joseph also observes from above, smiling slightly. He's usually the one to play with Tess, so it must be nice for her to have some company. On the other hand, like a jug of milk, Mariah's mood seems to be getting more and more sour. That's an interesting simile. I don't even know what she's mad about this time. Maybe something happened before we showed up. Or maybe it's because we showed up. Either way, she ought to have memorized every single detail of the wall she's been staring at this entire time. She doesn't look up until our food arrives a little bit later. Some grilled cheese isn't bad. They have tomato soup at least. That's better than you can get some places. Got like a good BLT maybe here. That's not too bad. But I would probably like something to go with this too. I don't think a grilled cheese and little tomato soup like that would fill me, you know? And this would probably be close to enough. But these wings here, not too bad. I like some good broccoli with my potatoes. It's a good thing we have a large table because there's still hardly any room left once all the plates sit down. That must be a small table then. My sandwich is so big it takes 2 hands to hold. I have enough fries to sustain Ireland for the winter. When Marina picks up her sandwich, all the ingredients pour out the bag. She quickly gives up trying to reconstruct it and uses a knife and fork instead. Maybe that's Tess's piece, actually. Watching the other 3 eat is amusing too. Joseph chews with slow, measured bites, whereas Mariah attacks her meal like it owes her money. That's me, maybe. I don't know why I eat so fast, but I do. I just own it, you know. I tear it down like I'm a fucking landlord. I wasn't paid enough. Across from her, Tess is cutting up chicken tenders with surgical precision. Yeah. Yeah. My mouth has the same sucking power as a vacuum. Have you ever... Never mind. I'm not gonna make that connection. Reina catches me staring and smiles at me covertly. She seems she noticed too. Mariah's the first to finish eating. I'm just a couple bites behind. That's embarrassing. She wipes her face with a napkin, then finally looks at me.
Where are you two staying?
It could have been an innocent question, or it could be a trap. I mean, it's pretty obvious where they're staying.
Around. We'll find a parking lot somewhere.
You thieves are gonna have a late start then.
Called out already? I guess it's been an hour and 15 minutes, hasn't it?
I guess. Don't tell me you planned ahead and got a campsite.
Don't be stupid! Of course not! Like, that's not what I meant!
I scoff as she backtracks to keep from insulting herself.
What I mean is, there's no way they're gonna bother checking every single permit. There's too much going on right now. Just pick a nice spot out of the way, don't make trouble, and it'll be fine.
Joe flatly stares at Mariah.
Easier said than done.
Good luck with that. I don't want to take the risk.
On foot, if you're trespassing and get caught, most of the time you'll just get thrown out. But I don't want our license plate getting written down or something if we were to do what she suggests. Mariah shrugs.
Suit yourself. Don't say I didn't never try to help you.
I didn't never try.
Didn't ever.
You ever camp here before, Amber? sounded like you know the place.
Tess caught that too.
Long time ago. I don't remember a whole lot. Just good at remembering names, I guess.
Useful skill to have.
Yeah. Used to be before we'd go anywhere. Gramps and I would research the place we were going. History and stuff like that.
You sure learned a lot of useful stuff from him, huh?
Yep. Always wanted to make him proud. He used to say I was a real chip off the...
Chip off the old one. My words couch in my throat, not because I'm emotional, because I just realized something. Remembered it, rather. Mariah and Joe know it too. Mine and Mariah's eyes lock, and she bolts up at my words. The other two look confused.
We're leaving!
You heard that? You're lucky that you're in a dungeon. Mariah sprints for the door without paying, and I nearly yank Marina's arm out of its socket as we run to the exit. Other diners turn to watch us, but I barely notice them.
Amber, what the heck?
Her voice is shaky from being jolted around.
I know where the treasure is.
I yell behind me as I turn to look, and see the trio exit the restaurant close behind us. Joe's carrying Tess on his back.
I know where it is.
I say it again to assure myself. We reach the motorhome seconds after Mariah and her crew reach theirs. I practically hurl Marina up into her spot before I leap into my own. Not even bothering to buckle up, I hurry towards the road. I like the bass in the background there, you hear that? This is Tokyo Drift time. Less than a minute. Oh, yeah. Less than a minute, we're already falling behind. I watch Mariah's taillights as she speeds up the road, horn blaring to scare away the cars unfortunate enough to be in her lane. I'm going as fast as I dare to, worried about cops that could be lurking around one of the bends in the road. But I can't let her out of my sights. There's no room to pass yet. I have to watch for an opportunity. Oh yeah. The brass drop, baby. Let's go. With one hand, Marina clutches the headrest bar of her seat. Then she leans over and past my face, nearly causing me to swerve from shock.
What are you...
She grabs my seatbelt and buckles me in, then does the same for herself. No, good girl, Marina.
Okay, now that we're at least not gonna die if you hit something. Can you tell me what exactly is happening?
I love grass in the background. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that like 5-8 switch right there. Oh, yeah. She sounds a little frantic and a little curious.
Okay, so do you remember Balanced Rock?
It wasn't one of the places that we visited earlier today, but it's one of the spots on the posters and a lot of ads. That's why I'm saying Balance Rock. I was saying it the whole time.
I think so, or at least hearing about it.
There used to be another really famous rock right next to it. Smaller, but a similar shape and everything. They called it Chip Off the Old Block.
What do you mean, used to be?
I was getting to that. A long time ago, like 50 years or something, it fell. Now you can't even tell it apart from the rest of the rocks on the ground.
50 years. So that was...
Her eyes go wide in understanding, a fact which I look away from Mariah's rear to take in.
So it was still standing when the miner came through.
Yeah, exactly. I'll bet you anything he hid the treasure between Balanced Rock and what used to be Chip.
I look over again to smile at her, only to see genuine admiration and awe on her face. Her eyes are wide, and her mouth slightly open. Remember last time how I said no road trip is complete without a car chase scene? Like always, I can't look at her for too long, or it starts to make me uncomfortable. As I've said or done, nothing I've said or done is that impressive. Even Mariah knew about Chip. Instead of singing my praise again, she has berries, just faces ahead with a little smile. I said buries her face. She has face ahead with a little smile. Then her face crumples up.
Amber!
I see it.
A semi has begun pulling out into the road ahead of us. There's no passing lane, so I can't get around him that way.
Damn it!
I tap the brakes, so I'll have to stop and wait for him to get onto the highway. Ahead I can still see Mariah, but just barely. A few cars between us have exited, but her lead has grown. So I make a quick, reckless decision.
Hold on to something.
What are you?
I don't wait for her to finish her question, since she grabs onto her seat as she asks it. To answer, I yank the wheel to the left and into the other lane, even though it's a no-pass zone. Headlights far ahead are speeding towards us, maybe a quarter mile away. Getting closer. Concrete barrier prevents me from going any further to the left. I smash the gas pedal to the floor, putting all my weight into it. Marina begins to moan with dread at the oncoming car. It's a wordless sound, or maybe the start of my name. My heart is in my throat, and I can feel beads of sweat on my forehead. One slides down to my eye, but I can't wipe it away. Or even with the semi now, who seems to be stopping. He probably noticed me and is waiting for me to complete my illegal pass. The car ahead of us is close enough that I can see it in our headlight beams. It's a maroon SUV. They're braking as they approach. But I'm still accelerating. Going so fast that I couldn't stop in time if I wanted to. Like a missile, we shoot forward. I'm at least double the speed limit right now. We even come with the front of the semi. Which is hardly rolling. The SUV has come to a complete stop. There's barely any room between it and the semi now. Then suddenly, we're past the cab of the truck. I wrench the wheel to the right, hard right, throwing us back into our own lane. We zoom past to stop the SUV. It gives me a well-deserved horn blaring. The bassy sound of the semi's horn also booms behind us. But it doesn't matter, because we're okay. We didn't die. A need to breathe hits me, and I realize that I've been holding it in. I sigh, adrenaline still coursing through me.
Oh my god! Amber!
Her voice cracks as she starts to laugh, hysterically. I do too, laughing away the anxiety of the last half minute. It felt like much longer. And it's not entirely over yet.
Get too comfy.
Her hands shoot back to where she was hanging on.
Uh-oh.
Just ahead, Mariah still has the lead, but it's shrinking quickly. I wonder if she saw how I caught up. Jamming the gas pedal down again, I start to narrow the distance even more. She takes the exit for Arches just a few seconds ahead of me. We blaze through the entry point, flashing our past set rangers who barely have time to check them. Even in the darkness, there are lots of people on the sides of the road. Wonder if anyone else has had the same realization we did about Chip. Mariah's starting to gain ground again, so I mash the accelerator further down. But her motorhome is newer than mine, it's hard for me to keep up. If I'm going to beat her there, I'll have to do it soon. I check to make sure Marina's still holding on tight. Gonna go off-roading? She is. Just a few feet behind Mariah's RV, I illegally swing into the other lane yet again. Oh, here we go. Here's the Fast and Furious cut. This is even more risky because of the way the road curves all over the canyon. An oncoming car could round a bend and completely blindside us. Hope that doesn't happen. By pushing the RV to its absolute limits, I'm able to break even with Mariah. Looking over, I can see a wild flare in her eyes, hair disheveled. Her expression changes to one of shock when she notices us beside her. I relish in the look of disbelief as I nudge the wheel to the right. There's a god-awful scraping as the motorhome brushes against Mariah's. Her eyes, as well as Marina's, widen. Seconds after we pull apart, Mariah's vehicle lurches towards us, and again there's a sound that makes me want to rip my ears off. I fight to keep control of the motorhome and stay on the road. Awestruck bystanders watch as we pass by, but I hardly register them. Still neck and neck, we continue toward Balanced Rock. Through insane luck or divine intervention or something, the road ahead is clear. I won't try to shove them off the road again, because they're now steep drop-offs that could actually be fatal. But I do have to do something to gain an edge. Just arriving seconds before her isn't enough. A sign, visible for a split second, informs us that there are 5 miles to Balanced Rock. It might have been an arrow for an exit has been scuffed to legibility. Maybe that's our chance. Up ahead, barely illuminated by a flickering lamp, The road splits in two directions. The sign in the middle is smashed and folded in on itself, probably the result of someone's reckless driving. One of the paths leads towards Balance Rock, but I don't know which. I'm willing to bet Mariah doesn't either. From Marina's window, I can see Mariah shoot me one final death glare before they rocket off down the exit. We stay on the other branch. I'm back in the proper lane now. Just gotta hope it's the right branch. As I start to calm down yet again, I realize my legs are shaking. Marina cranes around to watch Mariah's vehicle, which is quickly disappearing into the murk. Once it's fully out of sight, she turns back to me, her face as white as her knuckles.
You okay?
Guilt stabs me. I may have seriously traumatized her. With 2 incidents within minutes of each other. After taking a deep breath, she unclenches her fist.
Can we never, ever do that again?
Poor Marina.
That was insane. Super insane. Like, oh my god. I thought I was gonna die.
Like me with the fucking heat in this room right now. Oh my god.
Wait. Did we die? Am I just imagining this now?
I don't think you could imagine stuff if you were dead, kid.
That's
Kid.
the kind of thing a dead person would say. Like in that one movie where it was all about that guy who could talk to dead people, except...
Fine. I'm 90% sure we're not dead then.
90%.
Okay,
Okay.
90%. That's not bad. And being a ghost might be kind of cool too. You could spy on people without them ever knowing.
Yeah, that's Marina.
I'll keep that in mind if there's ever someone I want to haunt.
Our voices are shaky, even though our conversation isn't serious. I keep checking the rear view, expecting to see the headlights of Mariah's approaching vengeance. So far, we're in the clear. Do you want to be haunted? You can haunt the chat if you'd like. That's perfectly fine. Just make sure that somebody's got an amulet of ghost speak on them. Want me to play some RuneScape? I can play RuneScape if you want. With each passing minute that we don't see the rock itself, though, it makes me worry that we took the wrong turn. Right on the verge of turning around and tailing Mariah, another sign suddenly looms up ahead of us. We've reached Balance Rock. I slow down as we approach the parking area. While not empty, there are far fewer people here than there were at Double Arch earlier today. A good number of them look like they might just be sightseers, since they're standing around talking or looking at the stars instead of searching. You wear your fancy pants? What do fancy pants have to do with being a ghost? Parking is easy, since there are a lot of open spaces. Ouch. When I stand up, my legs wobble. I stumble, grabbing Marina's shoulder for support. She smiles at me, but doesn't say anything. No more jokes to crack. It's time to get serious. We grab our equipment and hurry out into the night air. The solid ground feels foreign after the rocketing motorhome. This must have been what it feels like to return from a voyage at sea. Marina, the landlubber, doesn't seem to be having any trouble now that we're not barreling along the highway. The spring in her step has returned, and I worry that she's going to bang the metal detector against the ground as she half walks, half skips. For some reason, I didn't know what to expect after bang the metal detector. Some of the other people watch us go, but no one follows or says anything. They probably assume we're just next in line with failures. A line which must be pretty long, given how much trash and misplaced earth there is around here. Pangs of guilt remind me yet again of the broken brick at Canyon de Chelly, and I make my umpteenth resolution to be more careful. Just ahead, Marina's come to a stop, head tilted back. I can tell she's admiring Balance Rock. It's certainly an impressive view. Someday I'd like to take her back to all this places we've gone, but without the pressure of a treasure hunt rushing us. Just taking in the sights. I slow my steps a little so I can keep watching her from behind. Maybe sensing me, she spins around and waves,
Hurry up!
yelling, even though I'm close enough to hear her normal volume level. I pick up the pace once more.
So where was Chip?
Over there, to the right.
There's a large stone wall besides Balance Rock itself, with a short slope between
He
them.
was right at the edge of that little hill.
So where that pile of rocks is now?
Yep, that's the spot.
You can't tell that there used to be anything there, but I've seen pictures in the atlases Gramps kept around, or in the history books he liked to read. Compared to Balance Rock, Chekhov the old block looked tiny, but it was actually a decent size. There's a pile of stones at the base that are probably Chip's remains. They are indistinguishable from the rest of the red rocks, though. Some are as big as my head, or even bigger. It's hard to tell if anyone else has picked through here, but since there aren't any shovel marks or holes, I'm guessing not.
Where do we start?
I think for a moment.
First, let's get the easy stuff out of the way. You go check that side with the metal detector, and I'll check this one.
We sweep over the ground between the hill where Chip once stood and the massive stone wall beside it. Nothing.
Okay, that's pretty much what I expected.
I lean my metal detector against the wall and go back to the pile of rocks.
Just check over the places that I uncover, okay?
Marina nods, holding her detector at the ready. She reminds me of a surgeon about to perform an operation. I roll aside some of the rocks with my feet, but most are so big that I have to stoop down and use my hands. There are more of them than I thought, and I'm soon sweaty and sore.
Do you want any help?
Nah.
I'm panting. Sweaty, sore, and panting, that's how I want to be soon.
Just keep scanning.
She does so, dutifully retracting retracing my steps. Still nothing. After a couple of minutes, I stand up and take a swig from a water bottle. Oh, thank you for the reminder. I'm glad I remembered to bring them this time. Marina sets down her metal detector to do the same.
Do you think Tess and them are okay?
Why wouldn't they be?
Don't you think Mariah's gonna flip out when she realizes she took the wrong turn?
Probably. That's her fault, though.
What's that oh my for?
Not like you would have let her go down this side of the road.
Hey, I did what I had to do.
Uh-huh. But you're never going to do that again, okay?
If we get the next treasure too, I won't have to.
When we get it, you meanie.
You meanie.
Right. When?
Marina's basically March 7. Only one more to go after this. One more frantic search and then I drain my water bottle. Oh, hold on, I can drain my water bottle. I drain my water bottle and crumple it up before shoving it into my pocket. Hold on, let me do this for you. Alright, there you go.
Break's over. Back to work.
I pop my back and resume moving rocks out of the way. I've been working from the outer edge of the rock pile inward since they're more concentrated in the center. Like a shadow, Marina continues to stick to me, going where I go. Nearly 10 minutes of uninterrupted shuffling pass. By now, I'm expecting Mariah to have caught up or to get there soon. But she never arrives. Maybe she just gave up. Although, knowing Mariah, that's just wishful thinking. I've just finished moving a torso-sized rock when it happens. The metal detector begins to chirp, bright and earnest. Marina and I exchange a look and I nod.
I'll get the shovel!
It's leaning up against the wall by the second metal detector. Marina grabs it and starts back towards me, then doubles back to her detector aside. Doubles back to set her detector aside as well. I move to take the shovel from her, but she holds it away, shaking her head.
You moved all the rocks.
Yeah, but I...
She frowns at me, and I can tell this is an argument I won't win.
Okay. Be careful, though. Don't throw out your shoulder.
I know what I'm doing.
And she stabs on the ground like she's wielding a salad fork. It bounces off with a jolt.
You need to go at it with more of an angle, like you're trying to slide it into the ground.
I move behind her and adjust her arms a little. Her shoulders are damp with sweat, though I'm drenched in it. She tenses up when I first touch her, but relaxes almost immediately. It's the whole let me do it, and they like collapse up against each other and she poses her. I love that shit. It's enough to make me self-conscious though, and I take a quick step back.
Sorry.
I'm mumbling.
Oh, no, you're fine. You just surprised me.
Her voice is higher than usual.
It's okay. You should have it now.
Nodding, Marina jabs at the ground again. She scoops out a little bit of dirt and dumps it aside. You know, I'm pretty sure that when I'm around somebody I'm interested in, my voice gets higher too. I'll go like, hi there, hi, how are you? Hi. Yeah, I'll be like that. Next, I'm not so bottomy, but that's the kind of pitch that I go up like a half step. Maybe a full step, I don't know. Watching her dig is painful. Either the ground is hard or she's not strong enough to make fast progress. Whatever the reason, it's slow going, but she refuses my repeated offer to take over. With so many hands on my hips. So with my hands on my hips, oh my god, my fucking mind's in the gutter. So with my hands on my hips, I watch as the hole very slowly gets deeper. She's reached a depth of maybe a foot or so when the shovel thumps against something that isn't dirt. Our eyes instantly meet. I stoop down and brush a little bit of the dirt away from the shovel blade. Sure enough, I can feel rough wood under my fingers, just under my fingertips.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Amber getting wood. Now she forces the shovel towards me.
I don't want to mess it up.
Okay, look out.
She steps back a couple feet, but leans forward to watch. I scrape at the dirt around the spot we hit, trying to find where the edges are. Once I reveal one corner, I start to dig off thin slices of dirt next to it. Soon, the outline of the whole box is visible. I hear Marina suck in a sharp breath. My heart is pounding with the same cautious excitement I felt at the shiprock. It hardly feels real in it. Well, there's only a 10% chance that I'm dead and it isn't. I lift up the box out of the ground with a blade of the shovel and Marina plucks it off. Makes a familiar rattling sound as she moves it. I hold up a dirty finger to my lips.
Not yet.
Looking back towards the parking lot, I can't tell if anyone has seen us. Seen us dig and find the treasure.
Don't say anything until we get back to the car.
She's a quivering leaf of excitement, but she manages to keep her mouth shut, mostly shut for now. Quivering Leaf would be a good Final Fantasy character name. But not before hissing out another excited Amber. Oh. Oh, this beat with the harmonica is nice. With the distortion in the background. I just smile, hoping that I look calm. Marina cradles the box in the crook of her arm like an infant, doing her best to keep it hidden from the onlookers as we head back to the motorhome. She carries the shovel in her free hand, while I have both metal detectors. I don't even notice the soreness in my arms. Though it's not the first time, the excitement of sitting down in front of a sealed box of gold feels fresh and new. This one feels heavier than last one, and it rattles less, like there's not as much empty space. Without being asked, Marina retrieves a screwdriver and hammer that I have been using to smash the locks. She sets them down in front of me, but I offer them to her.
Care to do the honors?
You sure?
But she takes them.
Yeah, why not?
Her face lights up with a look of happiness that's worth more to me than the gold. If I'd known it was that big a deal to her, I'd let her do this back. I don't have let her do this back in Shiprock. It takes her a couple of tries, but she bashes the lock off without even damaging the rest of the box. She looks to me to open it, but I SMH my head.
Nope, that's all you.
She shakes her head too.
We worked together to find it, so we'll open it together.
And she places her hand over mine, guiding it to the lid.
Ready?
Yeah.
She maneuvers my hand to flip the box open. This one looks like a larger box. But it could also be like a cigar box kind of thing. But either way, there'd still be like at least like, I don't know, an inch and a half high by like 3 inches by 4 inches, 4.5 inches or so. It's full of dull colored nuggets, like a moldy fast food meal. I take one out, bouncing it in my palm and feeling the heavy softness that's almost familiar by now. Then I pass it to Marina, who treats it with her usual reverence. She gently sets it back into the box and then smiles.
We're pretty good at this whole treasure hunting thing, huh?
I shut the box and nod.
Yeah, we're not bad.
Alright, I'm gonna save here for a second and take a quick BRB. I'll get right back to the Yeri in just a second. So thank you guys so much for watching so far. Alright, we're Gucci, we're back. Ralph, do you remember when Pi was playing the fucking, like Monster Girl Island or whatever? And I was like voicing the characters for the game. For like the hentai. I wish that was something I could stream because that it was so fun to do them as like not seriously as you don't remember that? Was it not in that Discord? Was it not in my Discord that we were doing it? It might not have been in my Discord. But I wish that kind of thing was stream appropriate. I was looking up what are stream inappropriate games earlier because I knew that there was a couple of sex scenes in what was that the game's name? Karawa Shoujo. And I was like, is this banned or anything? But the actual list of banned games on Twitch is pretty small. But usually they're banned because it's like it's not only explicit content, but it's like fucked up explicit content. You know? Yeah, why is there a bug on a napkin already for me to crush? Oh, you bastard. Chill out, let me kill you. Come on, here you go. Damn it, I just accidentally threw my stylus away. Hold on. SMHing my head. Oh my god. The bug got me to throw my stylus away by accident. That son of a bitch. But yeah, I was looking up like what is you're sad that you couldn't be there, but it's so hot in here by the way, man. I'm really glad that I don't need to be fully clothed to stream as a VTuber. You're sad that you weren't there for that? It would have been weird if I'd done any more of it, but we were always kind of like joking around with it. But yeah, you'd be surprised how much is actually. But what? What are you excusing me about? Not having to be fully clothed to be a VTuber? Man, I'm like. My glasses are gonna like fog up here. I'm like dying of sweat. You're right, but yeah, I know I'm right. It's funny how the bug like walked onto the napkin that I probably would have used to kill the bug. But then he was like, as I was like trying to fold the napkin in on itself to kill him, he was like climbing around to try to get to my hand. I had to win like a battle of wits against this bug. Alright, for a review. Even when the box is closed, it radiates a heavy aura, but it's almost intimidating whenever I come near it. I place it in the drawer and seal it away. A sigh of relief followed.
2 down, 1 to go.
Whoa, there's only one more piece left?
I think so. There's only some experts writing about historical relevance after the next entry.
Flopping down on the couch next to Marina, I take a sip of my coffee and flip to the final entry of the journal. Marina glosses over the page, a hazy look forming in her eyes as she soaks it in.
I can't believe it's almost over.
Yeah, it's weird that it hasn't even been that long.
Yes, hasn't even been that long of a game. There better be, like, a twist. Or at least let me get to see what happens afterwards. I want to know what happens after. The motorhome goes quiet. The buzz of the generator humming in the background.
Well, it's not over yet. We still gotta figure out where it is, and then there's still the search. Well, it's not over yet.
I think Marina's enthusiasm is becoming infectious. She simply nods, now just gazing into her lap.
Well, let's see what it says.
After several days of travel, I believe I have finally arrived at my first destination. It is well known I have an astute eye for locations. After all, this is how I found my precious bounty, so it is no mistake that I easily found the perfect hiding place within this valley. I arrived on horseback at the blistering peak of noon. Looking for shelter from the coming night, I began noticing something different. Something distinct. Crimson, all of it. Shades lighter than pink and darker than blood. Color stained it all, from giant unmovable stones to the tiniest grains of sand. It was as if the land had absorbed the sun's heat and reflected it outwards. Even at sunset, the cave I settled in emanated a bright red glow that speckled out from its opening. That night, as I laid on the ground, watching the flames of my fire shoot up onto the cave's roof, I wondered if there were more places like this out in this unsettled land. During my travels on the trail, I was too preoccupied with my preparations to observe the world around me. But now that I have achieved success, maybe I shall. It would be a shame if my superb observational skills went to waste. Oh, I just got the achievement. I read every journal entry. I was never certain about the other locations, and considering how many giant rocks, canyons, and arches are in this country, most of them were probably just a fluke. But this is unmistakable. The vivid and breathtaking imagery, the constant allusions to flames, and most importantly, the heat.
He hid it in the Valley of Fire.
Marina snaps back to attention, my conviction pulling her back from Marina Land.
Are you sure?
Positive. There's no other place it could be.
Sounds like Valley of Fire to me.
Oh.
Oh. Sorry, I was grabbing something. She might as well have shot down my momentum with an elephant gun.
Oh, that's all?
Yep.
Yep.
No.
Ooh, what's that? A place always on fire?
She narrows her eyes to an unimpressed squint. If they could shoot lasers, they would be right now. Why are you so mean to Marina?
Amber, how dumb do you think I am?
Exactly.
I didn't say you were.
Always on fire, really?
Now I feel dumb for saying it.
Probably should.
Ouch. If her enthusiasm infectious, then so is my unrelenting realism. It's corrupting her innocence.
By the way, what's the Valley of Fire?
Well, maybe not too infectious. Massaging my scalp, I shake my hair, hopefully creating enough new wrinkles in my brain that will help with explaining this. Oh my god, I'm gonna head empty myself just because of this. There's a lot of ways to corrupt some. Oh my god. Why are we already thinking about a marina like corruption arc?
Alright, so take a whole bunch of rock, sand, and dirt, okay?
Okay.
Now make most of it red.
My explanation is met with a vacant stare.
I swear, it's a lot cooler than I'm making it out to be. It's just kind of hard to explain without pictures.
Don't worry, I believe. Sounds awesome. Where is it anyway?
A little ways into Nevada.
Nevada.
Florida?
I like how they pronounce it different. They both pronounce it in different
Are we
ways.
even old?
Oops. Her knees bounce, jolting the table.
Are we even old enough to gamble?
You're 18.
There's more in Nevada than Vegas, dummy.
Still, isn't that pretty far?
That might work to our benefit. I'll need to check the map again, but I think we'll be passing by a place I want to check out.
Her voice brightens.
You actually want to go sightseeing?
Don't act so surprised. It's not like I was gonna make a straight shot for California before I picked you up. Besides, I think you might like it.
Though she does like virtually everything.
It's a place called Zion. It's a national park here in Utah. I hear it's a hell of a lot greener than the places we've been through. I know we're in a rush, so we won't stay very long.
She's going to burst from excitement, and I still can't resist messing with her. It's cute.
But I guess if you don't think we can afford the time...
Look at that face. I expect her to throw herself at me, hug me, squeeze me with all the energy and happiness she usually does it with. But she doesn't. Sitting perfectly still, Marina takes a single breath and gazes at me with a smile.
I've been surrounded by desert all my life. Seeing green for once would be nice. I'd love to go with you, Amber.
An unsettling hollowness expands my chest, as I realize I don't know how to deal with a serious Marina.
Oh. Alright then.
She doesn't answer. Eyes now closed, arms folded in her lap, the empty cooperative smile more forced than ever.
Well, there's still a lot of hours left in the day. I'm not sure if we'll make it in time to check into the campground, but we'll be close enough that we can do it in the morning if we leave now.
Marina nods. We scooch out of the booth and walk the 10 awkward steps to our seats. Strapping ourselves in, I switch on the ignition, the RV snorting into being. I reach for the cassette player and then look to Marina. Wait, the RV snorting? Are you telling me I should do some Class of '09 after this? Already lost in her thoughts as she stares out the window. I don't have the heart. No. I don't have the courage to snap her out of it this time. Sighing, I bring my hand back without pressing play and pull the motorhome into drive. It's too bad, too. I think I'm really starting to like Marina's hugs. Hours and several cups of coffee later, we've arrived at our destination, or at least close enough to easily check in the morning, yet hidden enough not to get towed. Marina looks to the window, but her eyes drift back over to me, then mine to hers. For one drawn-out second, our eyes are interlocked, petrified by each other's stare. The worst point for you to get food, Ralph. Then, time continues. Oh, maybe it is fine time to get food. Our heads swing in the other direction so fast it takes my mind a few minutes to catch up. The side of her cheek I can still see is flushed. Glancing in the rearview mirror, I find mine are too. I grip the steering wheel, then cautiously, without turning my head, look back to Marina. She notices. Our eyes connect again. Okay, it was a bad time to leave. Blush, rinse, repeat. You've got a meme for me. Are you sending it to me via Discord? Okay. I'll wait for you to send it to me by Discord. Okay. The past 4 hours have been excruciating, especially while fighting the urge to throw on music. I want to give Marina the space she needed to say what she has to. Or give myself the space to blurt out what I need to say. It was just... Again, Marina looks. I jump, Lee blush. Never the right time. Deciding I've had enough. I know fucking right. But also, it's not the right time. They'll be like 80 years old and it's like not the right time, but they've been living together for 60 years. Deciding I've had enough, I hop out of my seat and stretch. Marina follows. I grab my mug from the holder and drag myself across the scratchy carpet to the sink. A small jolt shocks my finger as I reach for the faucet. The mug slips from my hands and crashes onto the counter, spilling coffee everywhere.
Crap. Let me help.
Marina springs over and reaches for the kitchen rag, but I swat down her hand and grab it as she does.
Don't worry.
I'm glad that you're back, Ralph. The sexual tension the past 2 minutes has been mind-boggling. Now we're forced to look directly at each other, but there's no blushing this time. I nod and pull away the rag as her fingers slide down the fabric.
I got this.
She stares down at the counter, the spilled coffee trickling onto the floor with a steady drip.
Oh.
Without another word, she slouches back to the couch.
If you give me a sec, I can set up the bed.
The bed's metal frame slams down with a loud clank that vibrates underneath my feet, followed by the couch cushions swishing past me, landing on the other side of the motorhome.
For ya.
Did she just break the bed? Damn it. Whatever, I'll deal with this in the morning. I toss the rag into the sink and head to my room, hesitating in front of the slider. Oh, she's hesitating in front of the slider, guys. Also, what did you send me? Black Mage Opener. Despair Transpose Pictomancer. I mean, yeah, that's about accurate. Just play Pictomancer forehead. Please don't let it end like this.
Amber.
There's a pause. Several times I hear small gasps, like she's about to speak, but they all just melt into sighs.
Good night.
Night.
My hand balls into a fist, my fingernails clawing deep into my skin. I step into the room and shut the slider behind me, immediately throwing my face onto the pillow. I could feel my heart pounding as I roll into my back. Lying there, twisted up in my sheet, it just keeps beating and beating, never settling down. Managing to lift myself up on my elbows, I look at the picture next to the slider. The one with the vinyl sleeve. I still remember how this hand felt against my head, from the bony points of his fingers to how their calluses massaged my scalp. For such a breezy old man, it's amazing to think just how strong and confident his love was. I let my head fall back against my bed and rest my forearm over my face.
Oh man, what am I gonna do, Gramps?
That's the please save now. But, you know, I can kind of understand, well, I definitely understand the lack of confidence to say what's on your mind in that kind of situation, but also, like, when you lose someone, whether it's like a death or a breakup or something, there's always that sense of like, how do you learn to love again? How do you learn to do something that you've enjoyed again? And I think for her, Amber's trying to understand that the former question in a way. How do I learn to let myself feel that again? Because feeling that is going to be laced with difficult feelings, right? So I think that's part of the journey for her here, is trying to figure out how does she undo that damage? Whether you deserve to meet, yeah. A lot of people will consider it to be their fault, or consider themselves at fault. Are you at fault if something like that, a life ends, for example, and you didn't have enough time with them? Not really. Because who would have known, right? What you can be at fault for is something different. But a lot of times we put the onus of everything on ourselves. It's our fault that this happened. This person is dead because of us. And we have nothing to do with it. It was going to happen no matter what. And there isn't anything you can do except look back at the time that we had. You know? And I thought about that a lot during like Dawn Trail, or even Endwalker to some degree. Like in Endwalker, of course, you go into the Ethereal Sea and that all that bit. So like, I know it comes up. What do you feel like? You feel like, because there is something to be mourned there, but it's like, you can't ask for another day. Endwalker, yeah, they swung in different times that were relevant. They also meant different things, you know? There's a similar thing to be had in Please Be Happy, that we got a little bit ago, where Miho has to find a new person, and it's a similar thing in Valhalla as well, where like Jill has to stop blaming herself for everything that happens. Didn't matter. Like, it was gonna happen regardless. But speaking of, oh, did I do what? The other route and Please Be Happy? Not yet. I could do it on stream if you wanted to. I'd be pretty happy to do the other route of Please Be Happy if you want. Do I still have it installed? You want me to do the Juliet run on stream? I still got Please Be Happy installed. I don't think you can New Game Plus Please Be Happy. You want to live vicariously through me? Well, very sweet. Yeah, I'll do a route 2 of Please Be Happy if you guys want. I'll do not a Jill run, a Juliet run. Because I want to see Juliet too. I love Juliet. Juliet's Let Me Live With You. You wouldn't be that bad to live with. Not sending signals, am I? I love Juliet. And Juliet and I have a lot in common in some ways. And I kind of have the same kind of, not countenance, what's the word I'm looking for? Disposition. I kind of have the same disposition as Juliet, I feel. Where I'm not like, or I'm a little bit closer to Aspen, I guess, but like, I'm definitely not Marina in terms of my disposition. I don't know, I like Juliet a lot, and I'll be happy to do another run with her. Woman, don't you bottom key smash at me. I wish I could put a fucking sus on you right now. Anyway, what were we doing here? So we're going towards the... It's in Nevada somewhere. What was the name of this? Would you like me to normal smash you? Jesus Christ. Someone put the fucking horny as fuck sticker on him. Start bonking. I need some bonks in chat. A brisk wind curls around me as I step out of the patch of dirt. Oh, you smacked me right on the head for that one. As I step out onto a patch of dirt that can only be called a parking lot, in a place that can only be called a campground. Misty curtains have settled over nearby hills and mountains, and small specks of leftover morning dew occasionally drip on me from above. You can attempt to bonk it out of you, but it's a futile effort. You're like a primal, each death will bring you back stronger than before. Each bonk only makes you harder. For some reason, I read cutie instead of futile, so I had to like read it slowly to myself. Bending down, I drop my backpack and pull on the tongue of my sorta new hiking boots. A little big, but they'll work. Considering these came from the stash of supplies we borrowed from Mariah in New Mexico, her feet must be freaking huge.
All set?
Letting her thoughts slip in. Yes, I am letting my internal thoughts slip in. Marina is standing behind me, frowning at her own Velcro strap boots.
Just about. These boots are pretty big, though.
You know what they say about Mariah's big feet? Big straps.
You think so? They feel a bit snug to me.
Sheesh, never mind about Mariah.
Hey, forget about the treasure. Let's just dress you up as Bigfoot and turn you in for a cash reward.
The joke is awful and I know it. Still, Marina plays along, sticking her tongue out in a half-playful manner before she forces a tired smile. The whole time, she doesn't make eye contact. So much for lightening the mood. Last night's sudden tension is still present. Even though we try to ignore it or pretend it isn't there, we both know. We both can't look at each other directly, and our conversation feels awkward and stilted. But we pretend everything's normal as we try to put on our best performances and reenact our usual routine.
So, how long is the hike?
See, the sexual tension is so strong that like they can't interact normally at this point. Which is weird. I've never had that kind of experience, personally. But take turn what? Take the turn Vina in for what? Turn me into what? Who am I? Who am I? Where am I? What am I? Are you like turning me into the police or something? What did I do? Why would anyone want to turn me in? What did I do?
The brochure said about 90 minutes each way. Might take even longer in this weather.
Oh.
I can feel the gulf between us. It's like yet another canyon, except I don't know how to cross this one. You're just calling me precious and adorable and you want to turn me in, but why? Why am I being turned in?
The picture in the brochure was super pretty. Angel's Landing, right?
Now it's her turn to try and lighten the mood. I hate how we're both too afraid to just address the issue. But I am as guilty as she is here. I sigh and play along as best I can.
Yeah, it's nice. It's supposed to be the most scenic view in Zion.
Zion, that's what it was. That's what Gramps told me anyway. This hike was one of his favorites. Said the view is so lush, there's so many trees and plants that he discovered several new shades of green up there. It was one of the spots that he was most looking forward to visiting with me. I glanced back up at the mountains. The mist doesn't look like it will clear anytime soon. In fact, it seems to be swallowing up more of the landscape. It's got Marina's attention too. She stares up as if she's picking out specific details in the fog. While she's distracted, I let my gaze rove over her again. Guiltily, like I'm sneaking glances, but I don't care. Admiring the sweep of her shoulders down to her collarbone, and the rest of the curves of her body. I'm a big collarbone fan. I'll admit that. I let myself examine her like I did when I first met, and like I've been consciously abstaining from. Looking her over like it doesn't matter if she catches me anymore. She doesn't, though. I may as well be invisible to her right now while she studies the mountaintops. And I want her to pay attention to me. She's wearing our usual boutique brand clothes. Their cute frilliness is just as perfect as ever for Marina. They clash with the clunkiness of the ugly brown boots.
You sure you want to wear that? They might just get in the way.
She gasps, almost offended by a suggestion that she'd wear anything else.
But my skirt is so comfy. Aren't you supposed to wear comfy clothes on hikes?
Don't tell her to take it off.
Besides, with a name like Angel's Landing, it has to be pretty relaxing.
She gives me a big, honest smile, tipping her head to the hills. It's the first real smile I've seen from her all day.
So, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
I melt, letting her skewered reasoning fall to the wayside just this once. Skewed reasoning, not skewered, what the fuck? Letting her skewed reasoning fall to the wayside just this once. Warm fuzzies and a goofy grin take over my dour mood, just for a moment.
Alright, but no whining if they end up being a problem.
And that face. Slinging the backpack over my shoulder, we head for the shuttle that leads to the trail. Logs and a stone fire pit adorn the side of each lot that we pass. My inner thoughts are coming through. What? That smile? Also, aren't I supposed to tell you my inner thoughts? Isn't that my job? Maybe when we get back, we'll go to the camp and camp store and pick up some supplies to roast marshmallows. I think she'd like that. I do too. I like to really fucking burn my marshmallows. I like to feel their charred flesh between my, between my teeth. I sound like a fucking Elden Ring character. Marina's heavy breathing guides me as we slog our way uphill, the previous light mist having now morphed into a thick and dreary fog, not a frog. Oh my god. I need a drink or something. I'm so bad at reading right now. Okay. I cling to the chain railing as I stumble my way up the trail of rocks. It's the only protection from the sheer drop-off beside us. All it would take is one slip for me to take a nosedive into the valley below, and I wouldn't even see it coming. Turns out the fluffy and enticing name Angel's Landing doesn't come with the relaxing stroll Marina's hoping for. This feels more like a ghastly death march. My sweat-drenched legs feel like putting under the anchor that is a measly 5-pound backpack. Hey, 5 pounds can be... 5 pounds is still 5 pounds at the end of the day. No one else on the shuttle even bothered to attempt the hike alongside us. I attempt to form words between the pain breaths, feeling like a rock is being smashed into my lungs with each step.
We should turn back. Can't see Jack. It's not safe up here.
What?
She sounds like she's doing about as well as me, echoing the same lung-puncturing gasps.
But we're so close. There's no way we're not almost there.
We stop, collapsing against our knees as we try to catch our breath.
Not gonna mean a lot if we end up falling off a cliff.
I thought you were the one who wanted to do this so bad.
Every couple words are punctuated by her gasping for breath.
Yeah, but...
Amber, please, let's keep going.
Her voice is a whimper, fragile and weak. I fold.
Okay.
Marina has a way of making me shut up when she wants to, whether she knows it or not. Today, it doesn't make a difference. I'm not going to be the one who makes things worse. She's wrong about one thing, though. I wasn't the one who wanted to hike up here. Gramps was. It gets easier after our break. The trail begins to plateau and the steepness evens out, fading behind us until the return trip.
I think we're already here. See? What did I tell you?
Reina darts ahead, disappearing into the fog so she can look at the mythical view the brochure and I have preached for, and Gramps to me. But if my suspicions are right, this weather and the view aren't going to be very compatible. Following behind, I step out of the cloudy murk and into an area that offers only slightly more visibility. Marina stands still on the center of the cliff, her hand clenched to her heart. What should have been a bird's eye view of Zion is nothing but a sea of fog. The lush greenery and full valleys are invisible. Only a few overgrown bushes and some rocky points peek out above the clouds. Hey, I'll take the overgrown bush. I was expecting it, but the sight itself really is numbing. The hollowness in my stomach, the one I've gotten so used to feeling, rears its head once again, only to be intensified by Marina's silence. Any expression shrouded by her bangs as she tilts her. Any expression shrouded by her bangs as she tilts her head down.
Sorry.
Thank you for the head pats. Gently, she SMHs her head.
Don't worry about it. It's not your fault. You tried to warn me.
Marina.
I don't know what to say. I'm disappointed too. There were a lot of places Gramps always talked about visiting. After we settle down and kick back for a few years. After I finish repairing the RV. After I get better. That one hurts. This place came up more than the others, though. Not just Zion, but the landing. Kept saying we were going to hike up there, have a picnic, maybe watch the sun come up. A slight smile comes to my face. I think about him trying to make that hike. I'd have liked to see the geezer try. I'm not a big enough sap to try to make all of my and Gramps plans happen now. It would have been nice to see the view. With Gramps, Marina, and everything that's happened over the past month, it just seemed fitting to make the trip. Angel's Landing. I glanced back to Marina. A hand that was clutched to her chest now stretched outwards, grasping at the empty air. A slight breeze blows through, ruffling her hair. She looks beautiful. She looks angelic. I didn't go to church much as a kid, but she looks like someone I'd see on a stained glass window, right next to the rendition of Calvary or Skull Hill. It's frustrating to have to come this far for nothing. But is it because of the fog? Because of Gramps? Or because of Marina? My teeth grit, grinding against one another into what feels like an unimaginable weight.
Come on, let's go.
I turn around and begin down the slope. There's nothing else worth seeing up here. Marina doesn't follow. No spirited footsteps trailing behind me, no speeding bullet blazing ahead.
Marina, we're going.
Comes out with a bit more bite than I intended, but I don't care. I just want to get out of here now. Marina is hesitant to answer, but eventually manages to spit it out, sounding more like a question than an actual statement.
I don't want to.
What?
I don't want to leave. Not yet, anyway.
Annoyed, I turn back to her for an explanation, only to be greeted by a pleading look instead. What about bottom fingers?
I'm used to it by now. I know I am. But do you think we could wait a little longer? Just to see if the fog clears?
I don't know what it is. I respond with a blank stare. Well, she's got her own... There's something going on there herself, just like Amber's having a internal battle with thoughts of her grandfather. It's like she's not even talking to me.
Don't be stupid.
I start back down the hill, not bothering to wait for Marina this time.
It's past noon. If it hasn't cleared by now, then it's not going to anytime soon.
Amber, don't be so mean to her. So much for not making things worse. I nudge the fire with a stick. It doesn't do any good though, as the logs just tumble on top of each other, smoldering the already pitiful flame. For a moment, our lot is only lit by the few remaining embers in the pit. Sighing, I grab the bottle of lighter fluid and squirt it onto the ashes. An artificial flame roars into existence and peters to the size of a pathetic candle flicker just as quickly. I plunge the stick back into the fire and scrape cinders from the glowing wood. Eventually, a flame catches on a charred log and grows until the pit is blazing once again.
Aha! About damn time.
Joy is exclusive to me, however, as Marina stays silent, staring into the fire.
Want another s'more?
She bounces back to life.
Oh my god, yes, please!
She catches herself and switches back to broodiness.
I mean, sure, I guess.
I roll my eyes, but can't help smiling on the inside. No matter how hard she tries, she's still the same Marina she's always been. I grab a marshmallow and stick it on the one end of a bent coat hanger before handing it to her. Without another word, she plops it into the fire. Meanwhile, my eyes are drawn to the neglected bag of hot dogs lying behind the chocolate and graham crackers, unopened and ignored. Like my hot dogs, burnt too. I bought them because I thought Marina would like the variety, but I should have known that she would only go after the marshmallows. She's been devouring them. She opened the bag when we left the store, and it was half empty by the time we got back to the campsite. She clung to the bag like a security blanket the whole way. It's a miracle there are even any left. Shrugging, I take one of the hot dogs out of the bag and impale it on my coat hanger, then put it in the fire next to Marina's. Even when we're this close to each other, there's still an air of tension. The one that's pervaded since we left Arches. Neither of us have addressed it, but the inevitability of the treasure, the thick uneasiness that hangs over us. It's suppressed, but it's definitely there. But it's gotten better since we left Angel's Landing. The snacks were a peace offering of sorts, I guess. Although I was pleasantly surprised that she sat so close to me, even with 3 other logs around the fire pit. I fixed my gaze on the flames. The dog is slimy, oozing with condensation that drips and sizzled in the ashes.
Oh god, it's on fire! It's on fire!
Maria's coat hanger whooshes over me like a spastic comet. The marshmallow now a smoldering ball of inferno. Just blow it out.
Here, give it to me.
But it's on fire, Amber! Fire!
I can see that. Just give it.
She panics, screaming as her precious marshmallow burns before her very eyes.
Alright, just don't hurt yourself, please.
Frantically, she passes me the wire, biting her nails as I try to blow it out. Soon the fire clears. Marshmallow, once white and fluffy, is now black and charred.
Aw, now it's ruined.
Now it's perfect. Now it's perfect. I always light it on fire. I wanna see it expand from the heat and blacken before my eyes.
It's no big deal. You can still eat it.
Preparing the s'more, I break apart the chocolate and cracker, and then squish the marshmallow between them.
Ew, gross. But it's all black and stuff.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Honestly, I think I might prefer it burned.
That's so... ew.
She gives a nervous laugh.
Here, just try it.
Marina stares at the s'more and gulps.
Fine, but only because you asked.
Closing her eyes, she opens her mouth wide. Oh, this is perfect date. This is 10 of 10 date. In fact, I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna pin this right here. You can't see what I'm doing, but I'm pinning it right into the air. And I'm gonna have a date like this. Wide open. This time it's my turn to gulp. I shuffle back. Sadly trying to avoid eye contact and once again failing. I pop the s'more into her mouth and let out a restful sigh. Like bubblegum, she munches it in the corner of her mouth, intently trying to dissect the flavor in her own cute way.
So...
Her eyes grow wide in shock.
It's good.
right? Doesn't it give it a nice smoky flavor?
It's a little bitter at first, but the marshmallow gets really crunchy. So good.
I told you so. You just gotta give these things a shot.
It's so good. Didn't sound right to me at first.
Can't believe I had my first s'more and found a way to make it better in the same day. I feel like that would take most people like a bajillion years to figure out.
No, I did it pretty quickly.
But it only took me one night because I got you, Amber.
Aw. Stop, you're being too cute. Gobsmacked, dumbfounded. They're both stupid fancy words. But I think they work when trying to figure out this thing sitting beside me.
Amber?
You're kidding me!
What?
Your first s'more?
Well, I've seen people eat them on TV and stuff before, but
You have never ever had a s'more in your entire life.
now that I think about it, I guess I haven't.
That confirms it.
Huh? Confirms what?
You're an alien. The government has just been keeping you hidden all this time. That's why I met you near Roswell. It's the only explanation.
That's why she wears green.
I am not. If I were an alien, then why do I look human?
That's just a flesh suit. A disguise so you can blend in.
Oh, I love her playful voice.
That's mean. You can't just buy these good looks at the costume store.
That's a damn good answer, Marina.
What's your sector ID? Is this your first time away from your home planet?
Amber, stop. It's not my fault.
Her face puffs out and I have to resist the urge to poke and deflate it. If I don't quit, she may actually start pouting.
I'm sorry, I'll stop.
Attempted to squeeze one more joke out, but decided against it as I tried to hold back the snicker under my breath.
I think I like you better when you're serious.
She crosses her arms, turning away as she closes both eyes to block me out. This is when you gotta hit her in the cheek. Well, not hit her, but like poke her in the cheek. Then, with a grin and one eye open, we both burst out laughing. Since the hike, the fog has climbed down the hill, enveloping the campground. Even here, it's carved out a small pocket, the breezy chill surrounding us as we take in the warm glow of the fire. It feels nice.
But for real, I still can't believe this is your first time leaving home.
She settles down for a bit and places her hands in her lap, teetering side to side as she looks at the sky, even though there's nothing to look at but mist.
Yeah, sometimes I have trouble believing it too. Since there's so many of us, I guess Mom and Dad could never afford to take us anywhere.
That's what I thought. If her family is as big as it says, it's not like they could have just packed up and traveled like me and Gramps.
You said you have 9 brothers and sisters, right?
Yep, there's 9 of us, plus Mom and Dad, so 11 altogether.
Jesus.
Right? Everyone says our house is pretty big, but it's always been so cramped that I've never been able to tell. I've never even had my own room. I've always had to share one with some of my sisters. My older brother shared too, until one of them went off to college.
Is that the same brother whose car got torn apart by Mariah?
She laughs guiltily.
Yeah, he always called it his love wagon.
I would Febreze down every surface in that car before I drive it.
If that thing was a love wagon, then my motorhome is a love palace.
Ooh, that's a good name for it.
Don't even start.
Oh, the Love Palace.
If that thing was a love wagon,
Whoops,
Ooh, that's a good name for it.
don't even start.
I accidentally hit my scroll wheel.
Anyway, he said he wanted to get a new one when he got to Salt Lake City, so I don't think he'll be too angry.
Look, it's not even foreshadowing anymore, it's just shadowing.
Hold on, that's in Utah too. Why didn't you tell me? The detour would have been a pain in the ass. But if you wanted to visit him, I wouldn't have minded the extra miles. Not if it was for you.
That little end bit. Marina does a double take, and I realize I've given too much away.
You'd have to pay for gas though.
You got her in the end there. Marina blinks, then smiles. Crisis averted.
Nah, it's okay. I want to do this without my family's help. Besides, it's only a community college.
Hold on 1 second. I'm just gonna straighten myself up real quick. Well, I'm not gonna get straight, but I'm gonna get a little bit better in my seat here. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Okay, there we go. Was that a more erotica stretch than I wanted to have? That sounded pretty erotic to me on my end. Did I accidentally erotically stretch? Well, don't worry, I'm here all week.
Your brother moved from New Mexico to Utah so he could attend a community college?
Hey, we have a good community college here.
He sends me a gift every month. Last month, it was a top hat. I put it right on top of the desk in my room.
Okay, that's right, that was yawning too. She pauses for a moment.
Mine and my sister's room, I mean.
Your family sounds about as weird as you.
Really? Huh. Yeah, I guess we are.
She beams, wearing the title of weird like a badge of honor. Same though. Same.
That's not a good thing. Actually, maybe it is.
I like it. Besides, Dad keeps us all in line. He's a defense lawyer, super straight-laced.
Not an attack lawyer?
You remind me of him, actually. He likes everything nice and orderly, which is bad for him because he's surrounded by us, but...
Are you telling me I need to play Ace or Phoenix Wright? She talks for a long time, chattering and laughing about her family, a smile never leaving her face. I almost get lost in it. I almost want to. For the precious minutes as she speaks, I forget the tension that shadowed us since the arches, and could believe it was never there. I love that about Marina. Even when we're wet with rain, or humoring truck drivers, or racing a lunatic down the hallway, she never hesitates to smile. For her, it's always poised on the brim, waiting to shine through. I could listen all night, but she trails off only a short time later.
I'm sorry. This must be boring, right?
Nah, I can tell you love him a lot. It was always just me and Gramps. So it's sorta interesting to see how other families work.
The lot falls silent, save for the crackling flames. I brace myself for what I know is coming.
Hey, Amber? What happened to your mom and dad?
I stare into the fire. It pops, casting up delicate ambers that fall and finish in the dirt. Embers, not ambers. That was just me turning it into a metaphor.
I'm sorry. That was too personal. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. They're both around, I think. Only met Dad once a long time ago. Me and Ma don't get along very well. Haven't spoken to her since I was 16. Last I heard, she was living in some trailer park in Ohio.
Oh God, Ohio.
Is that why you lived with your grandpa?
Sorta. Ma always had her issues. So the court said Gramps could take care of me when I was a baby.
I stifle a laugh.
Not that it did any good. The geezer had the bright idea to haul me around the Midwest and East Coast for half my life.
He took care of you all by himself? He must have been amazing.
Try again. He was an old hippie who was stuck in the 70s and spent most of his time listening to weird music.
Still sounds like a fun guy to be around.
Sounds just like you.
Hey, watch it. If anything, he was more like you. I was always cleaning up his messes, even as a little girl, even near the...
I choked down a growing lump in my throat.
Even near the end.
That voice acting hurt.
Amber,
It was always just the two of us, though. Us or any random old friend he wanted to see. Even when he decided to settle down in Colorado, it was just us. People would come and go, but it was always us. And I was there for all of it. I was there for every single appointment. I was there at the hospital, and I was there at the funeral. Ma didn't even bother to come to that, but I was there. And he was always there too.
you really miss him, huh?
Voice acting hurts. My voice lowers to a whisper, raspy and dry.
Yeah.
Something slumps against my shoulder. Glancing down, I discover Marina's head resting against me.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Ah.
I had to wipe away some tears. She looks up at me.
Want me to stop?
Nah, keep doing it.
Okay.
We should turn in soon. We have a big day ahead of us.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. Not without one thing, though. We sit in silence for a little while. Or maybe it's a long time. I can't tell. It's a nice silence, though. A comfortable one. Finally. The engine dies. I can still hear the power buzzing before it surges down, leaving us with the ambience of the settling motorhome.
We're here.
Not a lot of cars here, huh?
Guess the rest of the world just hasn't caught up yet.
That won't last for long. Any day now, people will figure out it's here, and the army of would-be treasure hunters will be swarming this place, drooling at the chance to find gold. The last of the gold. There's a fluttering in my chest, and I tighten my grip on the wheel. It's the end of our adventure.
I bet our names have spread across the land and struck fear into the hearts of our rivals, giving them no other choice but to call it quits.
Yeah. Or maybe someone already came through and found the treasure.
What? Don't say something scary like that.
Still wrapped around the wheel, my clammy hands start shaking. Marina takes notice, looking over with sympathetic eyes.
Hey.
She takes her hand and gently places it on top of mine, giving a reassuring squeeze. I let both fall into my lap. She's warm.
We're doing this together, okay?
Flutters tickle inside of my chest until I can't help smiling.
Right. Let's do it.
Regretfully, I force out a nod and pull my hand out from Marina's. Feels wrong, like throwing away a precious gift. Reaching into the console, I retrieve the journal, for what may be the last time. It's well loved, events behind wrinkled pages and folded corners of the flimsy paper cover. Looking back, it's been getting roughed up ever since the moment we got it. Ever since that weird station attendant let Marina have it for free way back at the Traveler's store. Hard to believe this cheap thing was the roadmap to something so valuable. Taking a deep breath, I skim over the final entry. After several days of travel, I believe that I finally arrived at my first destination. Isn't this the same one? I think it's the same one. It's well known that I have an astute eye for locations. After all, this is how I found my precious bounty, so it is no mistake that I easily found the perfect hiding place within this valley. I arrived on horseback at the blistering peak of noon, looking for shelter from the coming night. I began noticing something different, something distinct. Crimson. All of it. Shades lighter than pink and darker than blood, the color stained it all. From giant unmovable stones to the tiniest grains of sand, it was as if the land had absorbed the sun's heat and reflected it outwards. Even at sunset, the cave I settled in emanated a bright red glow that speckled out from its opening. That night, as I laid on the ground, watching the flames of my fire shoot up to the cave's roof, I wondered if there were more places like this out in the unsettled land. During my travels on the trail, I was too preoccupied with preparations to observe the world around me. But now that I have achieved success, maybe I shall. It would be a shame if my superb observational skills went to waste.
Windstone Arch.
It's probably the vaguest entry so far, but I can feel it. It has to be there. I slap the journal shut and lay it next to the center console, right next to the cassette tapes. Raina and I look at each other, now sharing the same piercing determination.
All right, let's get this show on the road.
Someone had to say it. Because of the lack of crowds, getting around is a lot easier than usual, allowing us to take in the scenery for once instead of slogging through zombified hordes. Even though there's not many people around, it somehow feels fuller here. Everywhere we walk, we're surrounded by layered dunes and sandstones towering over us, striped with faded reds and calico browns. Somehow we do eventually manage to find the Windstone Arch. Unlike the arches back in Utah, it isn't big and majestic. It's not a giant upside-down horseshoe that lords over us as we look in awe. It's not even an arch, as much as it is a cave, really. Just a jagged, overgrown rock with a few crevices big enough for a person to enter. Still, despite this, despite the fact that it doesn't compare to the size or grandeur of everything else we've seen thus far, and despite that it hardly took us any time to find it, it's still imposing. The longer I stare at it, the bigger it gets, like it's judging us. It isn't calling into question our abilities or even if we can find it. It's gauging us to see if we're ready. Are we? I look over to Marina. A small bulge forms in her throat before she swallows it back down. Look, I need to take a drink of water. There we go. Is she? I return my gaze to the arch, asking the same questions over and over in my head. Am I? Finally, we look to each other, Marina readies a metal detector strapped to her back and gives me a nod, which I return. Even if we aren't ready, even if this is the worst mistake of my life, this is something both of us have to do. Our steps in sync, we march over the rocks and desert shrubs before crouching into the cavern. The sunlight squeezes into the cave, dyeing the rock columns neon red. Marina begins scanning with the metal detector, listening intently for a beat. The narrow space forces us to huddle together as we heave our way through the arch, repeatedly brushing against each other. At first, it's accidental, but I find myself craving it more. To get closer, to feel her, to watch her as her hair observes the brilliant glow of the cave. I'm deprived of all that, though, as her metal detector vibrates in her hand, making a low rumble. She takes off the headphones and points to the wall.
There.
I avert my gaze and move past her, taking a knee as I slip the bag off my shoulder and pull out a mandrel pickaxe. Careful not to hit her, I start chiseling away at the rock. Soon, the crack in the wall grows and the small pebbles and gravel start flying off. I reposition myself and block Marina from getting hit by any of it. A small portion of the wall crumbles away, and after a few more strikes reveals a hollow space, just big enough to squeeze your hand into. This is gonna suck if some creepy thing's gonna make its home in there, I know, right? That's what I was just thinking for a second, like you reach your hand and there's a fucking scorpion in there or some shit. I was gonna say a tarantula, but the scorpion's probably gonna be a much scarier option, realistically. Shuddering, I reach into the space and feel something square and wooden. With some budging, it comes free and easily slides out. A box. Its familiarity is expected, but doesn't stop my heart from leaping any less, nor Marina's, who squeaks out in a gasp.
Ready?
This time, she barely nods, unsure what to say, but ripping off like a bandage. I swing the lid open before she can give any real answer. Oh yeah, no. The smart idea would be shine a flashlight in there first, and then you can reach your hand in. Oh, absolutely. Fucking turn over fucking rocks in the southwest. Don't even turn over rocks in the northeast. Although, I don't think I've ever seen a wolf spider. A wolf spider, or probably a brown recluse would be... Probably the brown recluse at most would be the worst thing that you could find around here. Although, occasionally, a black widow from, like, Florida will appear in the northeast. Occasionally. But I wouldn't worry about that. I would only worry about brown recluses. Oh, what did you find? The only thing I can ever remember, like, turning a rock over and being, excited for was I found this, like, little black and orange salamander one time when we were in, like, an ecology class in high school. And that was the most exciting thing in the trip, and everyone thought that I was, like, such a badass for finding this cool little salamander, and everybody hung out with it. You forget what kind of scorpion. Oh, jeez. I mean, any type of scorpion is probably going to be bad news. Don't touch it. Unless you know what you're doing. This time, she barely nods, unsure of what to say but ripping off a bandage. I swing the lid open before she can give any real answer. Nuggets, a pile of them, filled from top to bottom, all misshapen and morphed. So, they probably just got, like, $250,000 from all this. From all three of the boxes. Sight isn't anything new, but this time it feels different. It's like, for the first time, the reality has finally sunk in and everything up till now has been a haze. We both just stare at it. An entire universe of thoughts race through my mind, yet it all comes up blank.
What now?
Well, if they are nuggets, it could be more than $250,000. But between the lot of them. It's directed more towards myself than Marina, but it's the first thing I managed to spit out. And ultimately, the most important. Marina doesn't answer first, instead just tilting her head, trying to process the question. But finally, she gives a simple smile.
I saw a sign for a trail on the way over here. Why don't we go hiking?
Hiking? I freeze for a second, then laugh under my breath. The more I think about the simplicity behind her words, the more I laugh, until I border on sounding like a hysterical madman.
Hiking? For real?
I keep laughing, struggling to keep it together, even after I start having trouble breathing. Poor Marina isn't even in on the joke, though. Within a matter of seconds, her face goes from confusion to concern, then pouting.
I don't know why you're laughing. I was being serious, you know?
Settling down, I wipe a fake tear from my eye, an occasional chuckle still managing to break through.
No, I know you were.
Then what's so funny?
Nothing, just...
Finally, regain complete composure and smile at her.
Yeah, sure. Let's go hiking. That sounds nice. Can you please keep to the signs?
I will. Stop being such a worrywart.
Marina skips through the sand, gleefully obvious that her trail is a badly marked patch of dirt over the plains of the Mojave.
That's what you said last time. If you're not careful, we're gonna get lost. Again.
Where's the Fallout soundtrack when you need it? New Vegas, it is.
Aw, you didn't like those old cabins we found?
It gets old after the second time, Mare.
It kills daylight, too. The sun has faded to orange and will soon sink out of view. There's no way we're getting back before dark. But hey, maybe that's not such a bad thing. We've already found the treasure, so spending some time with Marina is a nice reward.
So, about this fire wave thing.
Fire wave? Are you a level 75 mage?
And yes, I know it's not an ocean of lava, smarty pants.
Where's she storing those blood runes? Damn, I must be running out of material.
I mean, it's so cool. Well, hot, I guess. But what is it?
What's the fire wave? It's a, windy thing that winds around rocks and stuff and looks like fire. At least, I think that's what it was.
Like sediment? Like a sedimentary layer? That's, like, exposed from the wind?
Oh?
A devilish grin slinks into Marina's face as she attaches herself to me like Velcro, nudging my shoulders.
You don't know what it is either, do you?
What? Do so.
You get the blush. Her grin grows until I force myself to look away. She's not gonna get the satisfaction.
I've seen pictures.
Oh, you've seen pictures? What sort of pictures?
You know, the picture-y kind.
I can just feel her reveling in this. For the first time, she's got me playing right into her hands.
Oh, shut up.
I feel a slap against my wrist, then a tug. Looking down, I see Marina's bright dimples shining through her round cheeks.
Why don't we find out together?
I'm stunned. It's a position we've been in before, but it's supposed to be the other way around. I'm always pulling her. That's my job. But now it's her smooth fingers locked around my wrist, her fingernails grazing above my skin. Why did that sound more... Never mind. The realization doesn't even have time to sink in before she propels herself forward with me in tow.
Hey, wait! Hold on!
I kick up sand and grit as I'm practically dragged along by Marina, who meets my yelps with silence. Then she halts as quickly as she took off, leaving me to shoot forward and stumble to a stop.
You could've at least warned me before ya...
I go silent. Marina does too. The fire wave. Swirling ribbons of red wrap around the hillside and stretch out to the horizon. The setting sun casts light and shadow across the ground and sky, shading it all with intense golds, pinks, and purples. Oh, wait. Fire wave as in, like, there's like a layer of the horizon that's like all red, right? As the sky dims, a shred of light, a stray light, passes over the shade and shines directly onto us. Directly on Marina. She stares on, silent. I can feel every glint of emotion coming from her. Every breath taken away. Every raw feeling that builds up inside her only to be choked back down. All of it. I glance between her and the scene stretched out before us. Pockets of sky with their deep, vivid colors are beautiful, but the choice is easy. I fixate on Marina. Her clear, sweet blue eyes. Her cute, round cheeks. Her lips as they quiver ever so slightly. Laying a hand on her shoulder, I turn her towards me and softly touch her cheek. Her mouth slips open with a faint gasp, but all it takes is a gentle stroke of her face for that uncertainty to be wiped away. Marina holds my gaze. My eyes relax and I step closer so I can feel the warmth of her body against mine. Then I lean in and press my lips to hers. So soft. I keep myself pressed against her, letting my lips move with a natural flow. But she doesn't press back. Afraid I pull away. But before I can step back, she pulls me closer and lets her lips melt into mine. I let the pattern take control. Our mouths move inside of each other, full of tender caution as we ease in. We repeat the process infinitely. Bathed in a light of sunset, the two of us exchange something. I eventually pull back, unsure of what to say, and scared of what I could. We turn to find the last rays of sunlight slipping behind the sand. Something brushes against my hand, tickling for a moment, before intertwining between my fingers. Her grip is loose, but I wrap my fingers around so that I'm holding her firmly. We watch the last of the light drift into the peaceful evening. Together.
It's pretty.
Yeah.
Rena was so taken aback that she was stunned. She was like fucking stun-locked by him. Oh god, why? What have I done? Her back is turned to me like mine is to hers. I claw my nails deeper into the scratchy couch fabric and stick my gaze on the floor. Please end me now. It was silent after we did that. Nice silence. A blissful release of silence. But as we walked back, terror started to sink in. I think she felt it too. I listened to the buzz of the generator and stared at a patch of artificial light on the wall. Stupid little box is making fun of me, I swear.
So what now?
Funny. That's the same thing I asked when we found the treasure, except she sounds even more hopeless and confused than I did. Bringing my legs to my chest, I bundle my arms around them and put on a nervous smirk.
We could always go hiking again.
She throws a mock slap at my shoulder, fading a huffy
You
voice.
would like that, wouldn't you?
Heavy embarrassment in the air melts away into something a little bit more comfortable as we both manage to laugh at my perviness. Rena lets out a whiny cry and slides against the couch. Did somebody steal it?
But seriously, what are we gonna do?
About what?
About everything. The treasure, home, us.
Oh, she's making the realization that it's coming to an end. My heart tightens like she's squeezing it.
Did you not?
No, I did. I do. I just don't know.
She turns to me, her eyes pleading, like she's looking for answers. There's no doubt I'm responsible for those eyes. Feeling a fierce sense of responsibility, I shoot up and march to the center console.
Amber?
Hold on.
I open the console, but don't bother digging around. I know exactly where these are. 2 irreplaceable pieces of paper. Wait, are they tickets? Stopping in front of the couch, my voice darkens.
I'll be using my half of the treasure to pay for Gramps' hospital and funeral expenses. But before I do that, I still need to go to the music festival.
I offer her one of the tickets. Unsure, she gently tugs it from my hand and begins reading.
If you want to, you can go with me. Might give you a little extra time to think about things.
Because we don't know what's going to happen afterwards. They're not from the same place. So they have to figure out where they're going afterwards. Like, together. My voice softens.
About everything.
The festival? Me?
Up to you, babe.
She hit her with the babe. I flop back onto the couch and hold the ticket over my eyes to block out the light.
Oh?
Oh crap. She peels the ticket off halfway and peeks through, revealing an amused grin.
So I'm babe now, huh?
How many of you have accidentally slipped and called somebody babe? Or baby? Because I have. I did it like, what? 2 months ago? Come on. I do this shit all the time. Sometimes dear hun. You call me dear and hun all the time. But I definitely used babe like a month ago, and you know it. Yeah, that's amazing, man. I've definitely done that before. I don't think it's ever been a point in a relationship where I couldn't, though. But I have been in Amber's position. On her hands and knees, Marina crawls ever so closer, while I scramble to turn and hide my face.
Shut up. It was an accident.
And now I'm back to where I started, mortified and embarrassed.
Amber?
Her voice is like a melody.
Shut up.
Amber.
I said shut up.
I'm grinning like an idiot right now, by the way.
Oh, Amber.
What?
Tank engine plows into my back, followed by the soft, gentle arms wrapping around my neck as she rests her head against mine. Am I a Marina or you know I'm like an Amber? You know that I'm totally more Amber than I am Marina. Like, as prone to anxiety as I am, you know that I have quite a lot of cool. You know? And so, I don't know. I'm more of an Amber than a Marina. Yeah, don't worry, I read your message. I need to put a fucking text sticker on there just for you. I read this.
Thank you.
My shoulders relax, embracing her. In turn, I rest my head on hers too. A head sandwich.
Sure thing, kiddo.
Once we're quiet, the awkwardness sets in again. Or I don't know if I should be saying something to fill the silence or if I should leave it to be. They really are fucking useless gays, aren't they? Because we've just had like 2 instances where it's like clearly they're okay with that sort of intimacy. And again, they're like testing the waters here when the answer is quite simple. Just be open and intimate. Is she thinking the same thing? Is she also worried? I sneak glance after worried glance down, but I can't see her face. I say that they're useless, but Ralph, you would be just as useless in this situation, I promise you. I'm scratching again. Don't mind me. So that my fucking ass doesn't break in half. Hydrate. Oh, thank you, Kwikemi. I hope you're enjoying the stream tonight. I know you said I had a nice voice to listen to, and I hope that I'm just your background ASMR tonight. Thank you. I am like your I mean, background ASMR is one thing, of course. The other would be like I'm just your audiobook. I'm fine if you treat me like your audiobook. Just don't treat me like your real book. Don't fold my edges. Don't put a bookmark in me. Head pats, thank you. Thank you for the head pats. Her hands wander around like she doesn't know what to do. She touches her face and scratches her leg, picks at a fold in her shirt, pops her knuckles. Like, I don't think I can crack my knuckle loud enough for you guys to hear it. So she is nervous.
Hey.
The top of her head bumps my chin as she flinches.
Hey.
You good?
Yeah.
You don't seem good.
No, I am sorry. I'm just...
Rather than hurry her along like I sometimes do, I wait for her to find the words.
just worried, I guess. I know you have, but I've never had a girlfriend before.
I start to say something, but she hurriedly cuts me off.
I don't mean it like that. Well, I do, but I've also never had a boyfriend before. Not a real one, anyway.
Okay, that's something to be nervous about. That's more than just being a useless lesbian. That's something where I think they need to have a discussion, but yeah.
You had a fake boyfriend, though?
Barely. Like, in middle school, there was this guy who asked if I'd be his girlfriend, and I said okay. But then the next day, he said his mom told him he wasn't allowed to have a girlfriend, so we broke up.
It's funny, I was never told by my parents that I could not have a partner. But I don't think they expected me to be with anyone that was a bad influence on me. Considering I was like number 5 in my class. And like number 5 out of like 256. Like I think they were pretty confident that was gonna be okay. And for the most part, yeah, I was never with anyone that was like a bad influence in that way. Like, all my partying and shit came in college, not in high school. I was a huge nerd, but a well-liked nerd, I suppose. Like, big nerd, and like, very scholarly, was in marching band, but people didn't shit on me or anything, you know? Which was good, because a lot of people in my position were, like, just constantly bullied. You like me, nerd, thank you. That was a, you know, big nerdy energy, and it was embarrassing at some points, I'll give it that. But, like, I was pretty respected for it, which is more than some people can say who are in my situation. And I think it's just because, like, you know, I was kind of real with people. I was in a lot of stuff, like marching band, the Gay Straight Alliance. At one point, anime club, but I was really just there to impress a girl, and a bunch of other shit. And I think people liked me for that, like for being kind of real and not like super cringe. But I was definitely pretty cringe at some point, until recently. In high school, right, I tried to impress this girl by watching anime. And so I'm pretty sure she's bisexual. But I watched like 55 episodes of Naruto before I couldn't stand it anymore because the Chunin exams were like destroying my life and my will to live. Not really, but I couldn't take it. I watched a few episodes of Bleach. And I know I read the manga for Full Metal Alchemist, but I couldn't really get into it. And so I didn't really try any further. I was like, you know what, maybe it's not worth it. In the end, I'm glad I did that. And at the end, I'm glad that I didn't like push myself to continue and have something hollow like that. You know? You think I'd like the Brotherhood anime? I'm pretty sure I would. I enjoyed Full Metal Alchemist when I read it. But I didn't really enjoy Naruto. I don't really enjoy shonen animes in general. We did watch My Neighbor Totoro together. That was nice. And it wasn't until I dated somebody a few years ago that I started even getting back into anime. Because, you know, he was pretty into it and showed me Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. And look, Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid is prime. Absolute prime. Anyway, where were we?
Sounds brutal.
You boys? Well, I mean, at the time, he didn't know he was a boy. But I seem to have this this trans touch. Everyone I touch realizes that they're a different gender than they thought they were. So, there you go. Is that a good thing? I don't know. But I will at least say he didn't realize that he felt that way. You changed already? Perfect. Aces. He didn't realize at the time. But but nowadays I'll say my ex-boyfriend, even though at the time that wasn't the case, because I want to be respectful of it. Of like his current decision, even if the dynamics weren't the same back then. You know? But yeah. So everything that Vina touches becomes trans. Anyway, where were we?
Right? And then junior year of high school, I kind of dated this guy for like a month, but I didn't really like him. My friends just wanted me to.
That's screwed up.
Yeah.
I don't know, not really. They weren't trying to be mean or anything, and he wasn't a bad person. He was just boring.
I'd be worried of people trying to like take advantage of Marina's nature, you know?
Like for our first date, we went to dinner and a movie, but dinner was just fast food and he spilled ketchup all over himself. And I don't even remember what movie we saw. He put his arm around the back of my chair and I thought he was trying to put his arm around me, so I kind of got closer, but nope. He just kept it there. Like he was just stretching.
She giggles at the memory.
Honestly, I'd forgotten about all that until now. That's how not a real boyfriend he was. What about you?
I don't think there's somebody I don't remember, but there's a lot of people that have been like brief flings that it definitely wasn't gonna work out with. But one of them, one time, our first date was at an Indian food restaurant. And we definitely ordered hot. Because, look, are you gonna order mild when you're there? Be real here. So, as soon as we were exiting the fucking building, you know, my lips were fucking burning, right? And it was also like bitterly cold outside. So I'm like dying, but my lips are burning. And she goes in to kiss me. And it was a very strange sensation. That it's like on fire. This mixture of hot and cold. But also, don't take people out to an Indian restaurant on your first date. Wasn't my idea. But you probably shouldn't do it. Just as a little warning. It's a very interesting situation though. I guess you could emulate the experience by like putting hot sauce on your lips before kissing someone. Shrug. I guess it's an interesting sensation. How about now? Actually, we were gonna go on a second date, which was gonna be on my birthday. And she stood me up. So, that's how that ended. I've had a date in 12 years. Well, I'm sure you'll have one at some point. Just the right people in the right situation. Head pats? Oh, thank you for the head pats. Like right now would not be the right situation for me, I don't think. But maybe. First date location would have to depend on the person. Yeah. I have plenty of ideas for first dates. Nowadays. That I probably wouldn't have liked beforehand. But also, it doesn't need to be special. It can be something as much as like the two of you go watch Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid together. You'd hopeless romantics. You want to cook something for them. I love being cooked for. I don't think anybody's going to complain about that. You know? Absolutely no one. I'm glad that right now things seem normal. Maybe if she's talking, she forgets about being worried.
Well, I've never had a boyfriend.
Marina punches me in the shoulder.
You know what I meant. I could have guessed that much.
Hey now, I'm just being clear. But yeah, I've had other girlfriends.
Marina hitting her with like that, yeah, you're a fucking lesbian. Isn't it bad manners to talk about this, especially early in a relationship? No, it isn't bad manners. It depends on how you bring it up, though. But you want there to be transparency. She asked, though.
They counted, though it wasn't really anything serious either. By the time I was old enough for a serious relationship, I was too busy with taking care of Gramps to focus on one. But at least no one's mom ever told them they had to break up with me.
Listen, it was hard when I was 12. For like a day or two.
I'll bet. Anyway,
bet.
yeah, there was this girl I was with through a chunk of high school. We broke up in junior year, I think. She wanted to focus on school. She ended up getting a full ride to a nice college, so I guess she made the right call.
Marina doesn't miss beats.
Nah, it was her loss.
Nice job, Marina. I shift to free my arm that's pressed against Marina's side and instead wrap it around her. At first I can feel her tense up, but then she gradually relaxes, until most of her weight rests on me.
So, Amber?
She doesn't answer.
Mare?
Sorry, never mind.
She looks up and smiles at me, and I smile back. Maybe it's better not to think too much right now, or ask too many questions. It's just the two of us being happy with each other, not minding that we're both sweaty and kind of gross right now, or that we haven't eaten in hours. Or so I think. It isn't long before she yawns and looks up at me apologetically.
Oops.
It's okay. I'm kind of tired too.
I'm not. I'm too excited still. But I don't want her to feel bad about going to bed. Plus, we did a lot of hiking today. I unwind my arm from around her and switch which hand holds hers, so that we can stand up. She's fidgety again, shifting her weight from foot to foot. Well, I guess it'll take some getting used to. For both of us. I let go of her hand, It falls limply back to her side, like she lost control of it. Looking me in the eye, I can tell she's waiting for me to do or say something. I take a step towards her, closing the short distance between us.
Well, good night.
And then I lean in and kiss her again. Briefly. Enough that she doesn't even really have the time to react before I pull away. She blinks twice, then rubs her lips and smiles.
Good night.
She walks backwards away from me, still smiling. I'm grinning like an idiot too, of course. I'm tempted, so tempted, to invite her to sleep in my bed. Just to be close to her still. But I don't. Since she's still so nervous and unsure, I don't want to make that harder for her. I lick my lips as I go to turn off the lights, still tasting the sweetness of her off them. As I climb into bed, listening for the sounds of her breathing, I don't expect to get much sleep of my own tonight. I like that visceral detail. Something I love in writing is when they include like the very visceral things, like, you know, wiping sweat from, or like the sweat getting into her eye a bit earlier. That's really visceral. Licking your lips after you kiss someone is like something that we don't want to describe doing, but we all do it anyway. And I don't know, I love when those little details are in the writing, because it makes it feel more real. All the little human bits of it, you know, the sweat in the eye, or like the clothes sticking to you in like a thick, viscous way when you're sweating, all that kind of stuff. Sleeping on it is supposed to help you with tough decisions or with big changes. That's hard when you can't pass out in the first place. Thoughts of Marina, and of Gramps, and of things changing, and of things staying the same, all brewed together to keep me awake, just like the coffee is right now. When I got up this morning, the first thing I felt was surprise that I'd managed to fall asleep at all. The 3 hours I got must have snuck up on me. I drained another cup of coffee, number 4, and the last one from this pot. I dump another few scoops of grounds into the coffee maker and start a new batch. I got to see the sunrise, which even I usually sleep through. Out here in the middle of nowhere, with no light pollution, the sky was vivid, shards of jagged pink tearing into the blue. I nearly dozed off again just watching. Maybe someday I'll get to watch it with Marina. Someday, when I wake up early again, and if she manages to get her lazy ass out of bed. Lazy but cute. Yesterday's events replay in my mind for the umpteenth time, and with them come a swirl of emotions that feel like a stomachache and a high both at once. Things finally starting to feel normal between us again. Kissing Marina at the Valley of Fire, her leaning into it, wondering if I should stop. Her not letting me. Sitting close on the couch, not asking any questions, not answering them either. Wondering if I should. Ugh. It's too early for this shit. The familiar ping of the coffee maker tells me that I've zoned out for a few minutes now. Smashing my fists into my eyes, I try to rub the sleepiness out. Movement from the back of the RV means that I must have woken Marina up. I can hear the sound of her bed creaking and of the covers being thrown back. I feel a strange, nervous elation as she appears in the hallway, looking bedraggled. You know, I'm always wondering about how Amber feels about Marina wearing the shirt that has her name on it. I feel like that's gotta mean something to her whenever she sees it.
Good morning.
She groans like a zombie and stumbles towards me.
Want some coffee?
A stiff head nod. Smiling, I prepare a cup, It's only half coffee. The other half is a boatload of sugar and a creamer that neither Gramps nor I ever drank. I don't know why we had it, but it's not expired. Ralph, are you saying that you want somebody to brand their name on you? Not like a not like a huge brand, but you know what I mean. I mean, I guess it could be. I'm not going to kink shame you in the middle of my chat. Vina SM, Jesus Christ. When she reaches me, Marina leans into me, sort of falls really, crashing against my shoulder.
Hey, careful.
A bit of coffee sloshes out of the mug and onto my hand, but I don't mind. She takes the drink and a couple small sips. This was me this morning. Minor bliss replaces her glazed expression.
Good?
Good.
There's hardly any coffee in it, you know.
I was having a rough time waking up today, man. Really rough time.
Just the way I like it.
I wonder if she had a hard time falling asleep like I did, but I'm hesitant to ask. Afraid she'd say no. Afraid she'd say yes. So I just sit down and she takes a spot next to me. Both quietly sip our coffee as she rejoins the land of the living. Once she finishes her first cup, she's alert enough for a conversation.
Sleep okay?
I figure that's safer than flat out asking, oh my god. Thank you for the hydrate. It's so hot in here, man. I'm dying. I feel like I'm in the Valley of Fire right now. Right. My AC is on, yeah. But I keep it on low because otherwise it will come through with the recording. And because VTube Studio is listening for my voice, it will also have my character's mouth open constantly.
Yeah, kinda.
Kinda.
I like...
She trails off. Maybe I gave her alertness too much credit.
I forgot what I was just saying.
I laugh and stand up.
Don't worry about it.
Marina mumbles something incoherent.
What was that?
She clears her throat.
Sorry, I asked if you slept alright.
Took me a while to fall asleep, but after that, yeah.
It's not strictly a lie. Eyes half closed, Marina smiles thinly.
Good.
I turn around so that she doesn't see how preoccupied I am. Or guess what's on my mind. Whatever it is that I'm dealing with, it's not her problem. I don't want her to worry about me. The floor creaks as Marina stands up, but I don't face her.
So, where are we going today?
No idea. We have a few days before the show. Anything you want to see?
Whatever it is, I'll make the trip.
We're not very far from Las Vegas, right?
Actually, there's the compressor turning on right now. So I'm surprised that it's not doing it to me right now. But also, I think it's because I have the microphone faced a little bit away from it.
Not at all. It's just a couple hours.
Let's go there!
Finally, I meet her eyes again. The smile on her face is pure and earnest. I can't help but return it.
Sure, that sounds like fun.
And she hugs me. Her warm figure is pressed close to mine. She smells like my shampoo. I wrap my arms around her and hold her close. Just for a second, everything feels alright. Like it's still gonna work out. And I realize how badly I want it to. I squeeze tight and then pull away.
What was that for?
Just felt like it.
Oh. Worry creases her face.
Should I not?
Nah, you definitely should.
Absolutely should.
Go get dressed and I'll get us on the road. You cool with waiting to eat until we get there?
Yeah.
Cool. There are a million buffets and exotic restaurants there, so we can find something good.
I like Las Vegas already.
Dork.
I gently push her towards the back and go get ready. She sticks her tie out over her shoulder as she leaves. She goes. Watching, I rub my temple before climbing into the front seat. I'm looking forward to this, and I know Marina is too. So why does it feel like I'm doing something wrong? For a long moment, I just press my forehead against the steering wheel, not thinking much of anything. The sound of Marina's approaching footsteps makes me sit up, and I put on a smile as she hops into her spot.
Ready?
Yep.
Here we go then.
Yep. And we head out towards the highway. Las Vegas appears on the horizon far before we actually reach it. Clusters of generic skyscrapers are interspersed with the world-famous casinos, which come in many shapes and sizes. Just gotta watch out for like the rad roaches and the death claws on your way there. Some are indistinguishable from the tall banks and offices around them, except for gaudy logos and signs. Others are constructed to look like a pyramid, or a Roman palace, or a medieval castle. There's a distinct clash where some buildings are striking and clean looking, as if they'd just been completed yesterday. But then just beside them will be a sad looking place with faded paint and signs that aren't supposed to be flickering. As we enter city limits, we're suddenly surrounded by the noise of traffic and the smell of exhaust. Exiting the highway was like crossing the boundary to another world. Marina drinks it all in.
Oh, what's that one? The super tall one.
She points through the windshield. Even though it's impossible to follow her finger, I know which one she's talking about.
That's the Stratosphere. I think it's one of the tallest buildings in the country.
Whoa.
Wow. We're still miles out, but she already seems to be infatuated with the city. Her eyes are wide, and so is her mouth.
It's even cooler up close.
I never knew cities could be this huge.
I keep forgetting that she's never been out of New Mexico. Sure, there are a couple decently sized cities there, but nothing this impressive. I'm excited for her to experience all this for the first time.
Honestly, Las Vegas is kind of on the small side, at least compared to places like New York or Chicago.
Yeah, it looks larger than it actually is.
Seriously? That's insane. I can't imagine that many people in one place.
What about your house?
She giggles.
That's pretty close.
She reminds me of a puppy, straining against its leash as she whips between looking out the windshield and out the passenger side window. To me, the part of the city that we're in looks like any other downtown area, so I'm not impressed. Once we get to the strip where all the really famous casinos are located, it'll be different. But first, I have another destination in mind.
So, Mare,
Yeah?
ever heard of the World Carnival Buffet at the Rio?
The World Car- oh my god. You know, my dad stayed at the Rio.
I don't think so. Should I?
Well,
visit it
if
at
you like
least.
food, it's pretty much the greatest place on earth. They have, like, everything imaginable to eat, and lots of stuff that you can't imagine either.
Somehow, her eyes get even wider.
I want to try it all.
Pretty sure you'll change your mind when you see some of it. But that's the spirit.
Are we going there now?
Hell yeah, we are. I'm starving.
Me too.
She grabs my free hand, the one that isn't on the steering wheel. My heart leaps to my throat. Since we're at a red light, I catch her eye and she smiles, though her face is a little red. I smile back, but then face forward. Our hands hang limply between our seats. It isn't long before our palms are moist with sweat. I don't know whose. Her hand is so soft, like she treats it with lotion or something, but I know that's not the case. Smooth like a baby's. It makes me a little self-conscious of my chewed fingernails and chronically dry skin. Worried that I'm gonna gross her out or she'll pull away or something.
Is this okay?
Huh?
Maybe I was getting a little too distracted.
Is what?
She raises our linked hands.
This. You just seemed kinda... Like, I mean, I cannot if you...
No! No, it's fine. Seriously.
You're so useless. I'm talking louder than I need to, flustered as I try to backpedal. She doesn't look convinced.
Okay, sorry, I'm still... You know, not really.
It's fine. You're fine, really. I'm the one who should be sorry. I'm not usually this weird in a relationship.
Now she looks almost offended. Crap.
Not like that. I just mean...
A blaring honk from behind me reminds me I'm still sitting at stopped at a green light. The middle of traffic isn't the best place for this conversation. Breathing deeply as we pull ahead, I try to collect my thoughts.
Sorry, again. I just... have a lot on my mind. Because I like you. I really do. You know that really freaking well by now.
She smiles, though she's still looking down, and our hands are still together. And this is such an awkward time and place to be talking about this.
So it's my bad if I'm being weird or whatever. But being with a girl I met on the side of the road is a new one. Even for me, you know?
Finally, she laughs.
Yeah, I guess it's a little weird.
I feel like I can still hear a slight quiver in her voice, but I might be imagining it. So I squeeze her hand tightly. Immediately, she squeezes back. I only have a vague idea of the direction I need to be driving. Fortunately, it isn't too long until the Rio comes into view, looming large a few miles away. I pull into the parking lot near the back, where the only open spaces are left. It's pleasantly warm outside. I've heard stories of people's shoes melting on the asphalt during the summer, but for now the weather is perfect. As we cross through the parking lot towards the casino, Marina takes my hand yet again. I can feel my heart rate accelerate, but I squeeze her fingers all the same. Now this is... Someone's gonna like fucking pull out a gun here and on like a guy in the zebra suit tuxedo. Like, I know that's gonna happen. The first few steps inside are sensory overload. A million different sounds and a billion different lights all pour from the sea of slot machines. Even at lunchtime on a Thursday, the majority are occupied. We both take a second, frozen in place, to try to process it all. This isn't even my first time in a casino, but I'm overwhelmed just like Marina is. I can see the reflections of a game in her eyes, like a cartoon character thinking of money.
Whoa.
Yeah, whoa.
Is this one of the most popular casinos?
Not even close. Like, it's big, but it's not the biggest.
Whoa.
I tug her forward.
Come on, we'll have tons of time to gawk with food in our stomachs.
I have lots of time for gawk. Also, I would definitely want to stay, and like whoever I was with, I would like play blackjack with them. The mention of food steadies her steps, not oh The truth is, the game was rigged from the start. Giant overhead signs direct the way to the buffet. They must be visible from any part of the building. That was a Freudian slip and you know it. Alright? Sus. Called out. Oh my fucking god. Quick, hit all the things. This is a chance for us to get all 5 sticky notes on me. Head empty. Yeah, absolutely true. God. This place is famous for something besides food. I don't know what it is. We can smell it before we see it, even despite the stench of cigarettes and BO that are pretty strong here. Oh, thank you for the water, for the hydrate. Oh, look at me. I'm absolutely plastered right now. Alright, water achieved. Oh, sorry. It doesn't smell like any one particular food item, but rather lots and lots of them. Guided by our stomachs, we half run towards the buffet. The line to get in is small, since we got here so early. Marina hops up and down, trying to peek over the head of the bald guy in front of us.
Can you see anything?
Barely. It looks like it goes on forever.
Good.
I practically throw my card at the attendant. It reminds me of paying to enter an amusement park. I'm just as excited. We're led through a small gate and into heaven. Rows upon rows of stations form a small maze in the massive room. Deep bins full of food, fried or grilled or baked or roasted, fill nearly every inch of space in each station. You know, my dad was also quite the connoisseur of like buffets. So, oh, you threw in another hydrate? Oh, no, it's the same hydrate. Never mind. It just like flashed at me again for some reason. He would go to like all the buffets that he can when he was like in Vegas and Phoenix and places like that. So, whenever we were out on a trip or something, you can be 100% sure that he already knew where the buffets were in town and was going to bring us to them. Marina and I grab plates from the tall stacks nearby.
Meet you in the dining room?
She nods, already distracted, and heads straight for the desserts. I load my plate with a slice of prime rib, 2 rolls, a scoop of mashed potatoes. I pour gravy over them, letting it run down, soak into everything else. Yeah, and what, you also got like some shrimp here, some wings, a couple of steak fries, some dogs here. What the hell is this? This burrito doesn't look like an actual burrito. It looks like that's fucking like ice cream in there. For good measure, I also throw in a pair of chicken wings from nearby Mascot. They're so fresh that I can see steam coming off of them. Gonna need a second plate. I grab one off another pile and toss a small piece of salmon, some pot stickers in the Asian section, and a large spoonful of some sort of casserole. I can't even guess what it is, but it looks good. Everything looks good. Solely because I can't fit more food on my plates, I head to the dining area and pick a seat where Marina will be able to find me easily. If you don't mind, I'm gonna take a quick BRB, and then we'll be back with more of this dining adventure. I want to see what Marina's plate looks like. Alright, I'll be back in a second. Alright, we are back. I have some cookies, because if these two freaks are gonna get some buffet, then I am too. I head back to the dining area and pick a seat where Marina will be able to find me easily. Sure enough, she emerges just a minute later, carrying 2 plates like I did.
Wow. You weren't kidding about trying everything.
Instead of big portions of a few things like I got, Marina has 1 or 2 bites of a couple dozen dishes. Roughly half of them are cakes or other sweets.
When in Rome, you know?
When in Rome, get that fucking cake. I've said that a few times this week. I slice off a bite of steak and close my eyes in ecstasy while I chew. It's divine. Holy cow. You know, I haven't broken into an accent yet. Barely balancing her plates as she slides into the seat beside me, Marina bumps against my shoulder as she gets situated, and I almost send a fork full of potatoes into her lap.
Oops, my bad.
In retaliation, I spear a bite of chicken from her plate, swimming in some Asian sauce.
No fear!
Getting that Asian sauce.
It's double fair.
Double fair.
That doesn't even make sense.
After that, she finally gets it. Don't say anything. I won't say anything. I won't say anything about Asian sauce. Especially not sauce from the Asian god. After that, she finally gets to take her first bite. When she melts, just like me, her eyes roll back into her head while she chews.
I don't even remember what this is, but it's amazing.
She scoops up another forkful of what looks like some barbecue brisket and holds it towards me.
Try it.
I open my mouth and she guides the fork in. I pull back to chew. It's got a nice smoky flavor. God, my glasses are like so fogged up right now. It's so hot in here.
That is good.
Right? I almost want to go get a whole plate of just that.
Then she tries the baked chicken that she has next to it.
Wait, never mind. This is even better.
Okay, but how is baked chicken better than a barbecue brisket? There's a distinct lack of vegetables on both her plates, but it seems to enjoy everything that she got. She seems to enjoy everything that she got. Every bite results in some statement about how that's the best thing so far.
Did you get any of this?
I gesture towards the slice of steak that I've almost finished.
Okay, open up.
You could say something with the glasses coming. What do you mean? Something about the glasses fogging up. That's bait, by the way. She dutifully opens her mouth while I cut a slice for her. It's the best part, right near the edge where all the flavor is. It's a little awkward to be feeding her like this, but no one pays attention to any of us. When she swallows, she sits still. Very slowly, she opens her eyes again.
That was literally the best thing I've ever eaten.
It is a Guga Food steak. Dry-aged in hot sauce for 13 months.
You've said that like 20 times so far.
I mean it this time. That was illegally good.
Now that doesn't make any sense.
It makes double sense.
We laugh.
Gramps always used to say that the best place to get a steak was at buffets like this. Not because they're always better, but because you can just go up and get slice after slice. Although, he's the only person I've met who could eat more than one.
I probably could eat more than one slice of steak, but it would take all the willpower I have, you know? Part of the allure is having, like, you know, roasted broccoli and potatoes on the side or something. Marina chuckles with me, but it's nervous sounding.
I used to tease him for it. No one should be able to eat that much meat. He would always complain about him being too done. He cooked his own steaks to be kind of medium rare. Closer to rare.
Gross.
Don't tell me you eat yours well done.
We call that eating it like a leather shoe.
Marina, I don't know if we can still be together.
She looks pained.
I'm just kidding, you know.
Yeah, I know.
But it doesn't sound like it. I shut up. It's probably not a good idea to talk about Gramps too much either. The plates are mostly empty, and I look back at the serving area dubiously.
Round 2?
She thinks about it, and then SMHs her head.
I think I'd explode if I ate much more.
Yeah, same.
There's a soft flutter in my cheek as Marina leans over and kisses it.
Thank you for bringing me.
Aww.
Yeah, no problem.
I intently examine the hard plastic bench I'm sitting on. Too long passes by before I talk again.
So are you ready to go?
Oh, sure.
I can tell how on edge she is again. Good going, Amber. Nice. I launch to my feet.
Just leave the dishes on the table. Someone will come by and clean them up.
I have no idea if that's true. I start to leave, expecting Marina to follow me.
Amber!
But I turn around. She's still in the process of getting up.
Wait for me!
First, she has to brush her face with a napkin, and then she drains the glass of orange juice she was just drinking. To be fair, this is me. Then she scoots out of the booth and hurries towards me.
Are you alright?
Yeah, sorry. Just felt kind of nauseous for a second. Probably ate too much.
Oh,
I doubt she's buying it. From the corner of my eye, I see her reach toward my hand. Then she seems to think better of it and lets hers fall back to her side. I grab it myself as I lead out of the casino. Outside, I take Marina's hand, but it feels limp inside my own. I let her lead the way down the street and towards the busiest part of the city. Sometimes stuff on the side catches my eye. Brightly colored sports cars that could probably belong to millionaires passes by pretty frequently. There are also people in bike-drawn carriages and double-decker tour buses. Besides the people, the buildings themselves all complete to stand out. Almost every storefront has something neon flashing to get you to look at it. Toy stores, restaurants, sex shops, and more all vie for real estate. Within a 2 blocks radius, you could probably buy everything you ever wanted. Hey, Laura, do you ever go to the sex shop downtown near our college? Maybe half a mile ahead of us on the other side of the road, there are a few street vendors on the sidewalk. They have awnings set up to shade themselves and their merchandise, though it's too far away to see what they're selling. Marina spots 7 points,
ooh, let's go look!
but then her excitement vanishes.
I mean, if you want to.
Yeah, let's check it out.
They're like walking on eggshells with one another, and the poor things just need to let it breathe a little bit, you know? I have 2 on a few occasions. It's fun in there. With a hopeful smile, Marina starts to run. A red light at the crosswalk makes her stop not too far ahead, though. I catch up just in time for the light to change. Wait. Do you see this right here? Wedgie's Wieners? Wait, what else do we have here? But sure, if she can dart away, I take Marina's hand. She doesn't object, but searches my face, so I smile, and she smiles back. I let her pull me to the vendor, who seems to be selling a little bit of everything. T-shirts cover most of a wire rack that serves as a wall. There's also bins of buttons, keychains, and other trinkets. One bin is full of tiny soapstone animal carvings, and those are what Marina goes for. Look at that face. How can you deny that face? I ignore the vendor and his Weasley small talk, refusing to be conned into buying tons of junk. For a minute, Marina selects a little stone coyote. I pay $5 for it, practically robbery. We start down the road again, with Marina inspecting her new treasure.
Why a coyote?
I thought she was the cutest. Look at the way the color changes here.
She holds the little trinket up to my nose. There's a spot where the color changes from brown to a milky white on one side of its face.
That is pretty.
Plus, wolves are pretty much my favorite animal, and coyotes are close enough.
Yeah.
Basically the same thing.
Have you ever seen a live wolf?
No, I wish.
A live
You?
wolf.
At Yellowstone a couple years ago, yeah. I begged Gramps to take me.
As soon as I mention Gramps' name, I see Marina's eyes flit towards
What
mine.
else do they have there?
All kinds of stuff. Wolves, bears, buffalo, elk, deer. Pretty much any kind of forest animal.
And they just wander around, right?
Yeah. There are even places where you can feed some of them out of your car.
What about the meat eaters, like wolves and stuff?
There are spots where you can see them, but you can't feed them. They're still wild animals.
How do I
It's
know
not
she
a
was
zoo
going to
or
ask that?
anything.
I want to go there someday.
I'll take you to see him sometime. It's a cool place.
Really?
Yeah, sure.
I try to play it off like it's not a big deal to me. But talking about future plans, anything that would happen after the festival ignites that sense of uncertainty in my chest. The way her eyes light up when I promise to take her both soothes and agitates the feeling. No matter what, I'm happy that she's happy. I follow behind as she darts from stall to stall like a hummingbird. They all offer more of the same, generic desert-themed treasures or gaudy I Love Las Vegas merchandise. The sidewalks are full of those vendors, who shout and try to get the attention of all the dozens of people who pass by. Marina's the only one who gets hooked in. But she doesn't ask for anything else. Maybe there just isn't enough wolf merchandise. Every time she dives in to examine someone's wares, I hang back with my hands in my pockets and watch. Once she's done, I hold hands again. Oh no, I'm slipping the accent now for the first time. It's a nice cycle. But all that changes when we reach the strip itself, with its electric architecture and eccentric population. I point out some of the more famous places like the Luxor, which is shaped like a pyramid, and Caesar's Palace. Looks like it was stolen from Rome. Marina's oohs and ahs are in all the right places, though to my surprise she doesn't try to lead us to them. Instead, she seems dead set on taking us further and further down the row of sidewalk salesmen, like she's looking for something in particular. Not that I have any idea what that is. She leads the way, looking from side to side, but never seeming quite to find it. Till suddenly she freezes in place. A large wave of pedestrian traffic behind us crests and spills around like we're not even there. Marina points ahead at one of the street vendors a few blocks ahead.
Found one!
I'm yanked forward once again, being dragged by her newfound enthusiasm. Rather than being a bunch of cheaply made goods, the merchants she's noticed have a bunch of color drawings of cartoon characters, barely recognizable due to the exaggerated style. A sign behind them advertises custom commissions, $30 each. I immediately understand what it is Marina wants.
No. No, no, no.
Get the two of them drawn together. I drag my heels, but I'm tugged along by Marina. She's surprisingly strong when she wants to be.
Amber!
She says my name without even turning around.
This has been on my bucket list for years. It's happening.
What has? Getting ripped off by a street artist?
Having someone draw me!
My protests going ignored, I fall in step and accept my fate. Taking a bite of cookie. The guy manning the booth looks like he's completely out of place. He's wearing a flashy Hawaiian shirt and a baseball cap. When he notices Marina and I approaching, he sits up from his slouching position and grins.
Hello, ladies.
Hi there. We were interested in having our portrait drawn.
We weren't. You were. But I don't protest. I've resigned myself to going along with whatever she wanted.
Perfect.
He frames us with his fingers like he's going to take a picture.
You girls stand right there and get comfy. I'll get ready.
He lurches off his wooden chair and grabs a sketch pad and a box of pencils.
We'll do you two in color. How's that sound?
Great.
I heard 2 and color. Both of those things add price to your commission. I just grimace. I'm not fond of having my picture taken, and this isn't much better. I just never feel satisfied with how I look. That's why there aren't many pictures of Gramps and me, just a couple. I'll deal with it, for Marina's sake. We stand under an awning, though its shade does little to help the heat. Marina shifts from foot to foot while I just wait with my hands in my pockets. Every so often, she turns to beam at me, though she doesn't say anything. Geez, not sure why she's so hyped up, but it's cute. Guy finally gets his stuff ready, all set up on an easel. The piece of paper he's using is almost the size of my torso.
Go ahead and scrunch together now.
He makes a motion with his hands. Marina stands near me, and I wrap one arm around her.
Closer.
Our shoulders are touching.
Closer.
Now we're cheek to cheek.
Ah, perfect.
As perfect. I'm gonna take a sip of water just because of that. And he stares at us with a smile for just a second longer than is comfortable. It makes his expression seem more than a little sleazy. Before I can change my mind, he looks down at the paper he starts to draw. We stand there, not talking or moving at all. Once Marina starts to ask something, but he waves his hand without even looking up.
Wyatt, if you move, you'll mess it all up.
So he shuts up. I can feel her jaw snap shut and smoosh against my own. 15 minutes pass. My mouth is starting to get sore. I didn't have any guesses as to how long this would take, but it's starting to get annoying. Even Marina seems to be having second thoughts. She wiggles, just barely, probably to fight the growing tension in her muscles. Not enough to ruin the drawing, though. The corner of my eye, I notice a couple of glances that we get. Probably don't look especially out of place, but more like hapless tourists who got conned into something. Yeah, kind of. I guess we are, to an extent. I wouldn't mind, except that we also look ridiculous being stuck together like nearly Siamese twins. Oops. Our artist draws with long, swift strokes. Though I can't see what he's doing, he appears confident. Hopefully the result is worth the discomfort. And the $30. I'm nearly at my breaking point when he finally leans back and sets his pencils aside.
Done.
Show it to me. Show me that good old art, baby. Marina peels away from me instantly, leaving a damp spot of shared sweat on my face. I rub at it as I follow her more slowly to see the results. As she cranes around the easel to look, I watch her expression go from excited to overjoyed. Her smile widens to a grin as she grasps the drawing in her hands.
Amber, look! It's us!
Oh, look at that. Why are their boobs so big? Them some chonky ass boobs there. And this isn't even really the color of this. And like, look at her expression too. It's cute. Oh my god. She flips it around so I can see. It's sus. First thing I notice is my boobs. They're a lot larger than in real life. Same with Marina's, kinda. Other than that, the drawing is cartoony. We're recognizable, but our features are exaggerated. Marina's eyes are almost comically large. In contrast, the building behind us are sharply drawn and realistic. Clutching the paper to her chest, Marina sighs a contented smile.
Thank you so much!
The artist wipes his sweaty palms on his shorts as he stands.
My pleasure, my pleasure.
And he looks at me expectantly. With a sigh, I pull out a wallet and pass him a pair of wrinkled bills. I pass it to him with a nod.
Y'all have a lovely day now.
With that, he slouches down and pulls out a cheap-looking paperback novel. The drawing is still close to Marina's chest like a priceless artifact. Every few seconds, she holds it away from her and grins as she looks at it. That makes it worth the cost. Finally, Marina rolls up the drawing like a scroll and tucks it under her arm for safekeeping. We stand in the shade of the awning while we look up and down the road.
We should split up for a little bit.
What?
I can't help but yelp. That was the last thing I was expecting. Yeah, same
Not for
here.
long. There's just something I want to do. And you can't be there.
Getting her a surprise gift.
Why not?
Shuffling in place, Marina looks away.
'Cause it's a surprise.
Mare, no. This isn't some small town. This is Las Vegas. What if you get lost? Or some creeper tries to mess with you?
Creepers are range-based. Just sort of walk away. It'll be alright.
It'll be fine, Amber. There's like a million people on this street.
Creepers are also afraid of cats, you know?
Yeah, so? That doesn't mean anything.
I mean it. It'll be fine.
There's a fire in her voice that takes me by surprise. There's even a small spark in her eyes, like she's angry. The frown deepens.
But
Seriously, it's nothing bad, I promise. I just want to do something, but it's a surprise for you, so you can't be there.
Her face softens.
Please, it'll only be a couple hours.
Marina, I don't know.
Of all the cities to split up in, this one is the worst. Not only do we not have a way to contact each other if needed, but the people aren't the sort you can trust. Actually, the worst is probably like Philadelphia or Allentown, maybe, but actually, I mean, by the strip, it's actually pretty reasonable in Las Vegas. If I leave her on her own, there's a good chance I'd never see her again. But the way she stands there, hands on her hips, looking determined, makes me not want to argue. I sigh.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean it. Just give me like 3 hours.
That's a long time.
You think? I tried to keep it short.
In 3 hours, she could be snatched up into someone's car and well into Arizona. Or California. Or halfway to Reno. It's irresponsible of me to let her go. But I can tell by looking at her that I don't have a choice.
Okay, fine. But can you at least stay on the street? It's a straight shot back to the Rio where we're parked, and so it'd be harder to get lost.
Reina nods fast.
That's fine. I already saw where I need to go. But you're not allowed to watch, okay?
Yeah. I'll probably just go back to the car anyway.
Now she frowns.
Isn't there anything you want to see?
Not without you.
Aww.
Aw, Amber.
She kicks at the ground.
I guess we don't have to...
No, go on.
What?
Just be safe, okay? Don't do anything silly. I guess it'll be fine for a couple hours.
She takes the drawing in one hand and hugs me tight. Then Marina leans up and kisses me on the lips. She pulls away before I can get into it.
Okay, I'll see you in a while then.
Right.
We stand there, neither of us moving. I sigh again, and then trudge back down the road. I glance back every few steps, but she doesn't move. Instead, she watches me and waves. Probably making sure that I keep good on my promise not to follow her. As tempting as it is, I'll let her go for now. 3 hours can't be that hard. Right? Turns out I was wrong. 2 hours are agony. I wander from store to store, stepping in without actually caring what's for sale. First, it's a vegan restaurant. I don't try any samples. Just next door is some fetish shop with its windows covered. All the lights inside are colored, mostly red or sometimes violet. This is where like a fucking Tarantino movie starts. Oops. The girl behind the counter, pale skin with artificially black hair, gives me a smile that I return. but I don't stick around. I don't even know what I'm doing. Going through the motions of being a tourist, I guess. Technically, I am exploring Las Vegas. Tomorrow, I'm sure I won't be able to remember a single detail of these shops. Up ahead is yet another street vendor. His setup is nearly twice as long as most of the others, and includes a large glass display cases. Looks like it must be a pain to transport. I wander over, pretending to be interested. The clerk, a Hispanic man with a short goatee, watches me, but doesn't say anything, not even a greeting. It's all cell phones and phone accessories, chargers, cases, cords, and the like. Nothing relevant to me. Yes, there is something relevant to you. Cell phones and chargers. There's a special discount on prepaid phones and time cards, it seems. A half-dozen identical posters plaster the wall of the longest case. I stare at one of the flyers, so I'm not actually reading it. Just imagining if Marina and I had cell phones. It might help at times like this. Times when I'm being ridiculous and clingy and an idiot. Being able to reach her at any time would be nice. But would they get much use? I'm sure they would. That's when I realized something. And I'm dumbfounded by a single fact. What it is that's been bothering me since we split up. It's the first time since meeting Marina that I've been on my own. That she isn't just a room away, or within shouting distance. Even though it's only been a couple of hours, I suddenly feel profoundly alone. It's pathetic, I know. I'll see her in less than an hour now. But the anxiety of separation gets the better of me. What makes me sick as all the horrible scenarios rush into my head again. The one where something bad is happening to her, and she's not able to call for help. Look at the phones in the case. I've never had one, so I'm not very knowledgeable, but they look cheap and flimsy. I try to find a brand name, but it wouldn't mean much to me even if I could. The only names I'd be familiar with are the massive companies who make everything, not just phones. The ones whose merchandise costs hundreds if not thousands of dollars. I think Marina had a Heisei. Wait, say? I've heard they're pretty good. Marina is Sei. Confirmed. Just like I said, Amber is Dana. Then again, I guess in this case she's Stella. Then again, I've also heard about shady stuff with them suddenly replacing all their production workers with robots. Gramps said this sort of thing would be part of the New World Order. Doesn't matter though. It's tempting, but there isn't much point. In just a week, less now even, the festival will be over. And after that, well, the phone gives us a way to stay in touch. Once we've... I spin around and walk away in a hurry, feeling suddenly sick again. I must have looked like a lunatic, coming up, standing still, and freaking out and leaving. Maybe that's why the guy didn't say anything. I just look like another insane junkie. I picture some tweaker stepping out of the alley towards Marina, who of course wouldn't even notice him. I shove those thoughts out of my head. 1 hour, just one more hour. Chill, I tell myself for the 1000th time. Across the street from the phone carts is a bright green sign for the candy store. One of those places that has floor-to-ceiling bins of gummies that sell by the pound. I half expect to see Marina in there herself. I think it would be a great gift idea. Getting her a surprise bag of sugar might be a good way to make up for being weird. Until the next time I act weird, that is. I cross the street as soon as there's a gap in the traffic, not bothering to go to a crosswalk. That's jaywalking. The doors have an outline and handles that are the same lime green as the sign. When I step inside, I see that the walls are too. I'm reminded of the slime from those old shows I used to watch on TV that would be sprayed onto the audience or cast members. Why do they love slime so much? Is it just because it's like... it's funny to like see people covered in it and unable to get it off kind of thing? Like, I don't know. guess we were all kids at the time, so we thought anything out of the usual was funny. Not the most appetizing impression. The selection is good though, like I expected. There are more varieties of candy than I've ever seen in a single place. Only pictures. There are several different types of plastic bag that you can fill, ranging from I'm on a diet to garbage bag sizes. I grab a medium-sized one. Then I realize that I don't know what to get for Marina. Oh, she'll eat anything, man. Just throw whatever's in there. But you can probably save the nuts for her. Maybe no nuts. This is no nut November. I'm gonna save her from any sort of allergic reaction. I try to recall what she's gotten at gas stations on our trip, but I never paid that much attention. Maybe I should go for a mixture of both, but then what if she's allergic or something? Probably wouldn't have ever come up since we always eat out and order for ourselves. I don't want to give her a 3-pound sack of anaphylactic shock. Gummies then, those might be safer. There are more types of gummy candies than I ever thought existed. Different flavored rings, candy shaped like the fruits they taste like, and the other things like chewy soda bottles. Just for a moment, I wonder about which ones I should pick. I remember her saying she loves raspberry. Or was it strawberry? You can't go wrong with strawberry. It's my favorite fruit. But I think she's gotten strawberry soda before. Not that that means anything. This is a gift, so I want it to be perfect. Not a bag full of things she dislikes. You get like, chocolates with like little strawberry things inside them too. Oh, I would dig that. You know what I would actually dig? I would dig some dark chocolate with chili pepper. Then I remember, Marina likes pretty much everything. Elated at the simplicity, I dump a small scoop of just every sort of gummy that they sell. For good measure, I get a second smaller bag and fill it with some malted chocolate bars, caramel clusters, and plain old chocolate chunks. Safe options. Oh, they're all gonna melt though by the time that... because you're in fucking Nevada. I haul the 2 bags over to the counter. There's just one attendant, and she's currently ringing up Mom with her 2 sons. The kids dart around their mom's legs, rattling displays and knocking items off the shelf. No one makes them stop or fix up their mess. One of those kids stares up at me and I frown at him deeply. He stops running and hides behind his mom's legs. Good. When I leave, the kid is still clinging to her like a bear cub. I set my bags up on the counter and kneel down to replace some of the spilled items. As I do that, the shopkeeper comes around front, nearly bumping into me.
Oh, you don't have to do that. Thank you.
Like her hair.
No problem.
I look up, directly into her knees. I straighten and we're suddenly way too close. Stumbling backwards, I grab the counter to support myself. She laughs, eyes crinkling. She's cute, her tan skin complemented by the bright red uniform she wears. The name tag on the counter says that her name is Cassie.
You know, there's a special going on right now.
Oh yeah?
A stack of postcards sits by the credit card machine. She hands me one.
If you buy 10 more bags, you get one for free.
I try to imagine how much candy that would be. You need a wheelbarrow to haul it out. Cassie laughs, probably at my expression.
Yeah, we haven't had many people spring for that one.
The person I'm buying this stuff for probably would, if she was here. This'll probably be gone by tonight.
I gesture at the bags, still sitting on the scale.
Oh, shopping for your sister, or...?
Nah, my girlfriend.
There you go, Amber. Fucking say it. I try out the word, seeing how it sounds in relation to Marina. As expected, it makes my heart skip a beat. During that beat, I feel like I see the shopkeeper's face fall just for a second.
Yeah, lucky girl.
Of course, she ran to the gayest shopkeeper of all time.
Thanks.
I don't know if she means because of the candy or because of me. After ringing up my bags, she dumps them into an even larger bag. It seems unnecessary, but I guess it makes them easier to carry. She passes me the candy as well as the receipt.
Have a good day. Try the peach rings. They're my favorite.
The peach rings? I'll take a peach ring. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything.
I will. Have a nice day too.
The girl waves as I leave the store. Outside, I check the receipt since I wasn't really listening to the total. It looks like she didn't charge me for the smaller bag. I glance back inside, but she's disappeared into the back room. I guess that answers my earlier question. Flattered, I head back to Rio where we're parked. It's not long until I'm supposed to meet Marina, and if I spend too long outside, her present will melt. Walking back to the casino where we parked is way faster than leaving it was. That probably because I'm still missing the human pinball, so I'm not held up every time we pass the shop. I say that, but of course, I'm eager to see her again. Oh no. My model is doing the thing. Hold on. Because of the compressor. Gotta cut down the gain. But now kind of looks weird though. Hold on, what kind of gain can I work with here? Almost. What about here? That gain good? Probably. I think. Maybe. Okay. Anyway, where we? Yeah, it seems to work. It's a little bit like. It's a little bit on the janky side. I normally have my volume gain on YouTube Studio at 69%. And that's 28%, but it'll work for the time being until the compressor turns off. Think that's good. Let's go back to game. Oop, drop something. There we go. Say that, but of course I'm eager to see her again. It's some parallel universe where I hadn't met Marina. I might have stuck around the candy store to chat for a longer time. Unfortunately for Cassie, I already have someone. That parking lot at Rio has filled up even more. Getting out of here is gonna be a pain since there wasn't a whole lot of room to begin with. I make my way to the RV and let myself in. Feels like an oven, and the first thing I do is turn on the AC. I set the bags of candy down on my bed to inspect them. As I'd feared, the chocolate is slightly melted, streaking brown against the clear plastic. It's not too bad, though. A couple hours in the fridge should have it good as new. I think it's the music that gets me into certain accents. You know what I mean? I leave the gummies on the counter, since they didn't suffer as much on the walk back. Marina and I are supposed to meet up here in about half an hour. Since it's so soon, I may as well wait in here while it's still more comfortable. I lay down on my bed and try to read that book Marina's sucked into for a few days, but I can't stay focused on the words long enough to process them. It doesn't take long before I give up and set it aside. Now I just stare up at the ceiling. I used to do this most nights when I couldn't sleep. After Gramps passed, but before I met Marina. Wasn't that it comforted me or anything. The amount of effort it took not to think of anything usually led to me falling asleep without realizing. It's an indirect meditation. Instead, this time, I let my thoughts wander. Sleeping has been easier lately. Actually doing something during the day and getting exercise helps a lot. My thoughts have been less cloudy, less muddled. Sure, there are still moments where I think of Gramps and all the pain hits me again. Having Marina around makes those rare. Someday, I might be able to think of him without it hurting. I don't know if I want that, though. Isn't that just like forgetting? People say you move on and get over deaths. But what does that mean for the person you lost? It's not forgetting. It's just that... I mean, I don't think Amber would understand this at this time, but it's not forgetting. It's just that the baggage of it becomes so small that you don't notice it. And even then, it's still baggage. Still got to deal with it. You know, sometimes it's got sharp edges, and when you least expect it, causes some problem. But that's the point. It's not forgetting. It's just making it hurt less, you know? I roll into my side and stare at the picture of me and Gramps hanging on the wall. Looks like I can turn back up to 69% again. Oh, my side. There. I can't take it, and roll into my other side. What a sound. Groaning into my pillow is cathartic. Without Marina here, I can be as loud as I want. To my surprise, no tears come. Anyone walking by outside would probably think I'm dying or in pain, but I don't care. Alone time has its upsides after all. Grieving is complicated and exhausting. Sometimes I wonder if I'm even doing it right. There must be something wrong with me if I don't even want to get over Gramps. It's not that you don't want to get over him, it's that you don't want to forget. And you're never going to forget. Which I guess is the beauty of it? Question mark. I haven't gotten a hydrate in 47 minutes. Let me hydrate up real quick. Alright. I sit up, still hugging the pillow to my chest. Marina will be back soon. Maybe I can talk about this with her. As I think that, I feel a stab of guilt. It's not her problem. It's something I have to deal with myself. Force myself up and over to the driver's seat. I'm not going anywhere, but I can listen to music and watch for Marina's return. I stick in a tape and kick back. A few songs pass by. It's been 20 minutes or so. I start to scan the parking lot, looking for her familiar red hair. Tape ends. That's okay. It was a short one. I replace it with another one, chosen at random. Still no sign of Marina. I get up and check the clock. She's about 10 minutes late now. Maybe the clock is off somehow? I hop out of the RV and ask someone a time. Matches up exactly with what the clock said. Worry begins to tighten my stomach, but I force myself to calm down. It's Marina, and it's only been 15 minutes. Most likely she got distracted and is on her way now. 5 more minutes pass. I begin to pace back and forth. Should I go look for her? I have no idea where to start, though. If she got to the RV and I wasn't there, she might go looking for me instead. No, I have to stay and wait. A little bit reminiscent of Aspen's scene, if you remember. Another 10 minutes. She's half an hour late now. I'm so buying us cell phones. As soon as she's back here and we're going to that guy on the street, we're getting prepaid phones. From a few streets away, I can hear the sound of a siren, a fire truck or ambulance or something. The knot in my throat feels larger. I cough just to relieve some of the tension. I have to go look. I can't take just sitting here. I switch on the engine, throw my shoes on, and climb out. Then I see her. Head down, walking slow, but coming towards me.
Marina!
There's a relief in my voice. The relief in my voice probably conveys the panic that had just drained out of me. She looks up at the sound of her name, and that's when I see that she's crying.
What's wrong?
I rush over.
What's wrong?
Alarm poisons my voice. Did something happen to her after all? Put my hands on her shoulders and shake her gently.
Marina, talk to me. What happened? Are you okay?
She still can't talk, but she nods. Thank God. There are no sobs, but her eyes are pouring tears. Wait, what about the drawing? Every so often she hiccups, but she's barely restraining herself from fully bawling.
Come on!
I take her hand and lead her back to the RV. No one gives us a second glance. This is probably a common occurrence here. Marina silently follows me into the RV. I leave her to my bed and have her sit down. I sit beside her. Alternating between rubbing her back and shoulders, I try to get her to calm down. Slowly, her breathing returns to normal. When I offer her a tissue, she blows her nose loudly. Then she takes a few more to wipe her eyes. Rather than prod her more, I wait, even though it takes all of my self-control. After a shuddery breath, she looks at me, eyes still watering.
I messed up, Amber. Bad.
How?
Her breath catches again, and she sobs. It's hoarse and seems to take her by surprise. I immediately rub her shoulders again. Then there's a knock at the RV door.
What the hell?
I stand up, but I can't see who it is from here.
I'll be right back.
I unlock the front door and open it to an all too familiar face.
It's time to pay up!
I shut the door. Before it's even fully latched, Mariah starts to pound on the door. I lock it and head back to Marina.
Let them in.
Huh?
Does she tell them she had 3/4 of the treasure?
I'll let them in. It's Mariah, right?
Yeah, but how did you... Wait, does this have something to do with...
Marina nods. With a bad feeling about it all, I go back to the door, which is still suffering Mariah's assault. I open and step back so they can enter. Mariah storms into the pub, acting like always if she owns this place. Joseph and Tess file in after her. Joseph gives me a smile and a small shake of the head.
Sorry.
He says it so quietly I don't think anyone else hears. I figure I'll find out why he's apologizing here in a second. Like a conqueror, Mariah marches over to Marina and jabs a finger in her face.
Time to pay up, ditz!
In 2 large steps, I move between the two of them.
Okay, what the hell happened?
Didn't you hear?
I was about to, when you attacked my front door.
Well, allow me to deliver the bad news then.
Sis stole Marina's gold.
Wait, you were carrying it on you?
What? Did not!
It's impossible to figure out anything out. Marina is crying too hard to talk, and Mariah's just yelling at nonsense like always. I turn to Joe, who's keeping a safe distance along with Tess.
Can you please explain?
Sure. Mare ended up making Marina a bet for all the gold, which she lost. It was a pretty silly thing, and I told her just to let it go, but
Well,
here we are.
they only know that Marina has 1 thing of gold, right? So she could pay up the 1 and say that's all they have. I'm equal parts amused and disgusted that Joseph used the same nickname for Mariah that I do for Marina. Come to think of it, I'm not sure I ever noticed how similar their names are.
A bet's a bet, and she lost fair and square.
I don't think it was fair.
The odds were kinda in your favor.
I tone to Marina, the only person whose opinion really matters to me.
Was it fair?
Slowly she nods.
What game did you play?
Poker.
I glare at Mariah, who at least has the shame to look away. Anyone who spent more than a minute around Marina would know that there's no way she could keep a straight face. I sigh and sit down on the bed beside Marina. I wrap an arm around her. She leans into me, eyes moist.
You know you can only take half the treasure, right? Marina and I split it equally, so she couldn't bet away my half.
That wasn't the deal!
That's the only deal she could have made. But I'll bet you my half against hers.
Amber, no!
I squeeze her affectionately, but I shake my head.
It's fine.
I stand and go to where we've been stashing the gold. I pull out the box of nuggets and open it so Mariah can see. Her eyes light up and she licks her lips. I snap the box shut.
Fine, but we're not playing poker.
Oh yeah? What game then?
She thinks about it for a moment.
Blackjack.
Seriously, blackjack is more about luck than it is skill. I'm not that great at poker though, so blackjack might be the most fair game we could play. I wonder why Mariah suggested it though. Maybe she expects me to win at poker. If that's the case, then the mind games have already begun. I know, right?
It's a bet.
And there's no way Mariah knows how to count cards. Marina stopped crying. Her breath still comes in little spurts, but she's mostly in control of herself. She tugs at my shirt.
Amber, really? You don't have to do this. I screwed up.
It's okay. I'll fix it. That's what I'm here for, right?
I can't read the look on her face, the one that vanishes after a split second.
Okay.
Facing Mariah again, I put the gold away.
Where will we play? There's not enough room here.
There's a casino close by. Down the street from this one. We can do it there.
I'm not old enough to gamble. Not legally, at least.
She shrugs.
Doesn't matter. This place won't check your ID. Probably gonna be closed within a year.
I don't like the sound of that. I feel like I'm being set up.
It's true. It's where we played.
Really?
Yeah, they had like party rooms that were empty. I just used one of those.
I've never heard anything like this place. If they let Marina in, then they'll probably let me in too. I'd also feel better about playing with cards that I know Mariah won't have messed with.
Fine. Tell me how to get there, and I'll meet you in a little bit.
She gives me directions as well as the name of the building. Worst case, Marina can probably help find it. Maybe. I count out Marina's half of the gold and put it into one of the boxes before handing it to Mariah, who snatches it from my grasp.
Enjoy, because this is the only time you'll get to touch the treasure.
With a final sneer, Mariah leads her troop out to the RV. Joseph still looks pretty sorry about the whole thing. The door slams shut and we're left in silence. I look at Marina. She looks at the floor.
I'm really sorry.
I'm not even that upset. Compared to all the 1,000,001 awful scenarios I've concocted, this is pretty tame. And knowing Marina, it's not that shocking either. So I'm being honest when I smile at her.
It's okay, really. I'll go win back your gold, and then we can get out of Vegas.
Now it's a real fucking road trip. You know, we got the sightseeing, got the sneaking in, we got the diner scene, you know. We got the road race part of it, but now we get to go to Vegas and fucking gamble. Now it's a real road trip. Also, there's a theft part of it too. That's gonna happen.
Seriously, though, what were you thinking?
I was just so surprised to see them here. I thought it must be fate or something. I was shopping around and I saw something that I really wanted, but I didn't have enough money. And then I saw the three of them at this little diner, so I went in to say hello and told them all about it.
What was it you wanted to buy?
That's a secret. I wanted to show it to you. But anyway, then Mariah made me that bet and I don't know, Amber. I guess I just got so excited about it that I didn't really think. Like, if you'd been there, you would have beat her no problem. I don't even think she's very good at poker. It's just that I'm kind of bad at hiding how I feel.
I can't help but laugh.
No way, you're kidding me.
She sticks her tongue out at me. Guess she's feeling a little bit better.
Really, though, what if you lose to Mariah?
Then I lose. It won't happen, though.
Are you good at blackjack?
A lot of it's luck. There's stuff you can memorize, like card combos, but I don't know any of that.
What if Mariah does?
I doubt it. She would have played that against you if she did.
Mm-hmm.
Easier to make it seem like you just got unlucky, instead of her taking advantage of you.
She didn't take...
Bullshit, Mare. She might not have cheated, but she still should have known better.
Marina frowns and looks at the floor again. I can't tell if I'm helping or not. Then I remember the candy I bought her earlier. It had totally slipped my mind over the last hour.
Oh yeah, I got you something. To try to say sorry for being so weird lately. Even though I've already said that too.
I grabbed the bag of chocolates from the fridge and the gummies from above it. Eyes wide, Marina holds them to her like babies.
Amber,
Eyes start to water again.
thank you so much.
Hey, no more crying. This wasn't supposed to make you cry.
She giggles, but it doesn't stop 2 tears from running down her face.
Sorry. I'm crying a lot.
It's a good cry.
Kinda, yeah.
Marina laughs again. She unties the gummy bag and digs around in it.
The chocolates got a little melted on the walk back, but they've been in the fridge.
They look just fine to me.
She pulls out a few gummy soda bottles and then offers me the bag. But I don't want to take too much. But I do find one of the peach rings the cashier recommended. It is really good. Sweet, but in a mild way. It actually tastes like peaches.
Are you ready to go?
Don't make me say anything about peaches or rings. Marina spins the bag to twist it, then ties off the top.
Yeah.
I vaguely know where the casino Mariah mentioned is located. We passed it earlier today, but I didn't pay much attention to it. As we load out the RV, Marina's dragging her feet.
Do you want to wait here? I can just go take care of this and then come back.
No way. I don't want to split up again.
After I lock up, I take her hand. Since I'm the lead this time, the walk isn't as slow. With the evening approaching, the temperature's gone down. At the same time, traffic is starting to build up. In a few hours, it'll look like an entirely different city here, once all the lights come on. The view of a big city at night, far in the distance, has always been one of my favorite sights. I can remember staying up late when Gramps and I were on the road so that I could press like a sticker against the window and look. They sell postcards in New York and Atlanta and other places all lit up because it's so pretty. We've got a couple hours until then. Neither Marina nor I say much while we walk. Even given the situation, it doesn't feel as awkward as some of our quiet times before. Soon we reach the building Mariah described.
This the place?
Yeah, this is it.
We step inside. I can see why Mariah said this place might be closed down. Although it's pretty clean looking, there's hardly anyone here. A couple of people occupy slot machines far away from each other. Aside from those two and a bored-looking host, the place is pretty empty. Well, those three in the trio Mariah and her posse are seated on a semicircular couch. It and an identical couch form a circle around a card table. No greetings are exchanged as Marina and I take our places across from them. A sealed deck of cards sits on a table. It's got gaudy Las Vegas landmarks and logos all over it, but at least it's legit.
Should we ask that guy to come deal for us?
Hell no! The only reason they don't check ID is because they don't care. If you attract any attention, they'll throw you out.
Okay, so who will?
Have Joseph be the dealer.
Tess can.
Tess nods.
Really? No offense, but does she even know how?
Of course she knows how. She's not an idiot. And before you get any ideas, she's more likely to help you cheat than help me.
Tess nods again.
Just ask.
Alright, that works for me.
Because if 2 underage girls are going to play, then why not have a 10-year-old deal the cards? Mariah splits open the plastic wrap on the deck and hands it to Tess. The little girl takes out the instructional cards and the jokers and then shuffles. I have to say I'm impressed. She creates a bridge with the cards that's way tidier than I could ever do. Mechanically even.
So there are 16 pieces total. We'll go piece by piece, I guess.
Sure.
That means I'd have to win 8 hands in a row without Mariah or the dealer winning any to earn back all of Marina's treasure. And I won't settle for anything less than the full amount. We have a small stack of tokens near us that each represent a single piece of treasure.
How does this game work?
Basically, you try to get the cards in your hand to add up to 21, or as close as possible without going over. Whoever's closest wins that round. The dealer can win too. We all get 2 cards. Then you can stand, which is where you don't take any more cards, or you can hit, which is where you draw another.
That sounds really easy.
I guess. Like I said, it's mostly luck.
Shut up. Time to play.
I flip her off, but don't argue. Do I get to play? Tess deals us the first hand. I stand when Mariah hits. I don't expect her to beat my 18, but she lays down a 10, 3, and a 6.
Damn.
Tess slides her 2 tokens. On next round, Ivy here. Broke the bank, buddy. I win the next 2 rounds after that, but then the dealer wins and we have to start over. Gonna be out here all night if you're going on for this. For that many. The game drags on for a long time. Joseph has fallen asleep, head lolling backwards over the couch. Even Marina, who has her honor and her money at stake here, is starting to fidget. I'm playing for close to an hour. She doesn't complain at all, though. After a while, even Mariah and I are starting to get annoyed. She sighs and shifts irritatedly while I debate what to do. And when she takes her time thinking, I bite down the urge to say something snarky and hurry her along. Once Tess wins again, we're both sitting at 3 pieces each. Mariah wipes her palms and clears her throat.
This is taking forever.
Yep. But if you're saying we just call it here, the answer is no.
So, it sounds like they have to win, like, 8 in a row. Or something. They have to get, like, best of 16 or whatever. But if the dealer wins, they reset. So that means you have to get, like... Well, you have to not have both people break the banks in 16 rounds. Which is a lot easier said than done.
No. But let's just go all or nothing. One final hand. Then you won't be able to say I cheated or took advantage of anyone, and I can finally relax with my treasure.
Or you fucking split it. Now think about it. One more hand, huh? The odds are probably better than if we were to sit here all night. Maybe. I'm not good enough at math to calculate. It would be possible that we're here until the festival comes around if we kept going back and forth like this. I look over at Marina, whose interest is piqued again.
What do you think?
She gives it a long thought, her face betraying nothing. Then she shrugs.
I have no idea.
Right then.
Fine. All or nothing.
Mariah nods, satisfied.
Deal 'em, kid.
Tess passes out her cards, so I'm gonna quick save. I pick mine up, holding them so only Marina can see. 16. It's a 50-50. Tess is showing an 8. I try to gauge some sort of reaction from Mariah, but her face is totally expressionless. No wonder she beat Marina at poker.
Amber?
I think that's the first time she's ever said my name. It sounds weird coming from her.
I'll stand.
If I were to take a hit and draw another card, there's a pretty good chance it'd put me over blackjack. And that would be a loss by default. It's 50-50 chance. Considering we don't know what these cards are. So.
Sis?
Hit me!
Tess slides her another card, then flips over the whole card. It's a 4, for a grand total of 12. That means we'd still beat her at least.
Let's see.
I lay down my cards and wait for Mariah to do the same. Except she doesn't. She just looks at my cards, flat on the table, face stony, mouth silent. Then she makes a sound of disgust. She stands and flings her 3 cards over the table. I flip them over to see a 3, a 2, and a 10.
We win.
Did she stand on a 15? That's all I can say. Marina looks at me, at the table, then back to me, making sure she heard me right.
We did?
Yeah. The total of our hand was closer to 21 than hers was.
Strangely, I don't even feel excited. Not about the victory, which is nice, or the fact that it came over Mariah, which is nicer. I just feel relieved. Marina squeals and then explodes towards me, half leaping, half tackling me into a hug, as nearly as I fall off the couch. She plants a large kiss on my cheek, and then travels over to my mouth.
Oh god, Amber! I was so worried, but oh my god, thank you! You're the best!
Yo, Joseph's gonna have to pay back Mariah. Her praises are dotted with kisses all over my face. Joseph, woken up by the commotion, looks away with a blush. Tess, on the other hand, stares at us, creepily apathetic. I separate myself from Marina and stand up. Mariah has already traveled halfway to the door, not saying anything in her defeat. The little wooden box of gold sits abandoned where her arm was. I check and count the pieces of treasure. They're all there. I start to move towards Mariah to say something, but Joseph clucks his tongue. I stop.
Don't worry about her. She's always like this.
Sorry.
Not sure what else to say, I half shrug, which is hard since Marina still clings to my arm.
Don't be. Better things work out this way. Come on, kiddo.
Give her like a quarter of it, alright? Give her a third. He takes Tess's hand and they start to follow Mariah, who's left the
You
building.
ladies take care.
You too.
See you later.
Once they leave, I look down at the mess of chips and cards on the table. Someone will come by and clean them up. Marina tugs on my shirt. When I look at her, she kisses me on the lips again. Oh, she's all tears. For the first time today, we stay like that for a long time. Not caring about how many stares we might end up getting. Well, it can't be more than 3. I can still taste a faint saltiness from her tears. I feel her lips curve into a smile, even before we pull apart.
Thank you. Seriously. I know I'm always saying thank you and sorry, but I am sorry that I screw up so much.
Don't worry about it. It all worked out, right?
Yeah, but only because you were there. I don't know what I would have done if you weren't.
Well, if I wasn't, then you wouldn't be either, you know?
I mean it as a joke, but she doesn't laugh. She just leans into me.
I know.
Then we kiss again. We must look like perverts just standing in the middle of a casino making out.
You ready to get out of Vegas?
Definitely. But, one thing first.
What's that?
Can we get something to eat?
I was hoping you'd say that. I saw this Chinese place earlier that smelled amazing. Sound good?
Very.
Hand in hand like always, we leave the casino and make the quick walk to the restaurant. I come across it while waiting for Marina before. All along the strip, more and more lights are coming on. It's hard to tell that it's getting much darker out because of how much artificial light there is. We get to the restaurant and eat outside on the patio, watching as more and more buildings are illuminated. By the time we're done and back at the RV, Las Vegas has shifted fully from daytime to artificial daytime. Before we buckle in, I pull back all the curtains.
Make sure you get a good spot by the window. You're gonna want to see this.
It starts slowly. Just a few lights and apartment windows coming to life, or lonely streetlights flickering on. I drive slowly, so as to keep us here longer. Beside me, Marina shifts impatiently but doesn't say anything. By now, she knows when I'm being serious. I know she won't be disappointed. It's amazing. As more and more lights flare up across the skyline, I can see Marina shift to get a better view. I smile to myself. This is what I was waiting for. What she was waiting for, even if she didn't know it. Las Vegas lights up like a forest of Christmas trees, glimmering orange and yellow against the muddy blackness of the night sky. The further away from the heart of the city we get, the more of its gorgeous sprawl we can see. Soon it's so immense that the entire world seems to be awash with forced color. I ignore the signs that would lead us all the way out of Las Vegas and instead cruise along the streets that will let us admire for longer. Marina's head slowly turns with every bend of the road, her gaze magnetically fastened to the city. Skyscrapers zoom by, each one another pillar of light. The casinos, which have gaudier decorations, make an exotic contrast to the mundane office and apartment buildings. Marina drinks it all in like water. Oh, thank you for the quick hydrate. Out here in the desert. Light from the window frames her face, and I remember how I thought of her as angelic back at Zion. Now, the word is even more fitting, because of the way her open-mouthed smile enhances the effect. She catches me watching, and for just a second, that smile is directed at me. Then she turns back to Vegas, which is finally starting to recede as we head out of town. She's silent until long after it's faded from the rearview mirror. Then she clears her throat and finally looks at me again.
We're going back one day, right?
You're damn fucking right, we are going back one day.
We're going.
Sure, if you want.
Good, because we didn't even get to do like a nickel.
Quarter.
A quarter of the super cool stuff we should have done.
A nickel.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Even if I do live like a gross hermit, I know what Vegas has to offer. But I like seeing her excited. There's always a genuine spark of wonder that's ignited when she is. It might have to do with her lack of experience. But I think she'd be the same regardless.
Well, there's this pirate sun show that looks really cool. I heard about another show with fountains and lights that shoots water way up high in the air and oh!
She spreads her arms far apart and scrunches her face down, giving herself a double chin.
I want to try every single buffet in town.
That's a lofty goal, Marina.
Yeah, and half of them are shit.
But we're rich now.
I thump her head and squish her down with the palm of my hand.
And we almost lost all of that in a single day. So you should know how easy it is to blow it.
Well, I think it would be romantic. We can rent out a hotel room, order a really nice bottle of wine, and just cuddle by the window and look at the lights.
A wistful look gleams in her eyes as she gazes out the window and into the vast desert night, sighing like I just stepped out of the royal carriage and swept her off her feet. Never mind the fact that Marina has probably never tried wine in her life and would spit it out the second it touched her lips. That does sound really nice. Guess I have some high expectations to live up to. I've always had them, but now it feels more official. Now, more than ever, I'm obligated to keep her happy and safe. Those thoughts occupy my mind for an hour or so as we traverse the desert highway. Marina's gone back to staring out the window at the barely visible roadside. We pass a sign right off the side of our deserted lane. We're pushing 80, so we almost miss it, but I catch a quick glimpse as we speed by. Nothing special, just a dusty sheet of aluminum with a picture of poppies and 3 words printed on it. Welcome to California? Welcome to California! It's gone before I can even process it. Huh. I guess we're in California. Doesn't look like Marina noticed, and why would she? We passed several state lines, and it was never a big deal then. No welcoming party or even a government checkpoint. That suits me just fine. She hasn't brought up her surprise anymore either, whatever it was. Probably better to just let her forget about that. But that doesn't mean the day is over yet. And the places that geezer would always yak on about may as well be stapled onto my brain.
Hey, you trust me?
Her head perks up, and she turns away from the window, answering without delay.
Of course I do. Why?
Just checking.
And that's that. No more questions. Just blind trust. I continue driving, eventually branching off onto an exit. Another thing I don't think Marina notices. Soon, budding lights start popping up in the distance. Typical yellows and whites, barely hovering above the ground with one exception. Towering on the horizon, outlined in neon red, with digital numbers climbing towards the sky, is a giant monstrosity of a thermometer. It caps off above the middle, reaching temperatures all the way up to 62 degrees. Finally, it dawns on Marina. Head twists towards me like an owl, her eyes wide, just as wide as mine.
Amber, what's going on?
She feigns concern at first, but her voice curls up mid-sentence, unable to hide her smile any longer.
You said you trust me, right?
And I do.
Reina tilts over and rubs up on my shoulder. I go dead stiff, again feeling the weight of that trust and responsibility. We drive into town, which as far as I can tell is just one long street. Old beat-up gas stations and fast food joints line the side of the road, separated by an occasional diner. Gotta turn down the game thing on this now. Oh shit. The thermometer is tucked away in the corner, but it may as well be the center of the universe. The rest of the world zooming by it on the interstate. Don't worry about what just happened. I pull into the lot by the thermometer, and its only neighbor being a small shack. The sound of the ignition dwindles down to nothing, leaving the RV parked wherever. I'm the first one to get out, craving the sweet stationary concrete as I stretch my legs. Now I drop my tablet on my keyboard. Wobbling in front of the thermometer, I flop my hands at my sides, dawning our arrival.
Here we are, the world's tallest thermometer.
Marina steps out of the RV, eyes sparkling, mouth wide open in awe. Her face frozen in time, she reaches to the motorhome and pulls out her camera. A single flash shooting out from it as she winds the camera for the next shot.
I thought you might like it.
A smug grin finds a home on my face, as I revel in the pride and satisfaction of knowing I did something to make her smile. Except she's not smiling. She's staring. Not the thermometer now, but me. A near lifeless gaze, cloaked by the dimming headlights of the motorhome.
Marina?
Readying her stance, she pushes her feet off the ground and charges towards me.
If we're doing this, then we're doing it right.
Wait, Marina!
Too late. Before I can even finish my plea, she swings around my neck and snugly brings me to her side, swooshing out the camera and aiming it right at us.
Hey, Amber.
The finger inches closer to the button.
Don't do it!
Say.
She draws out the word to an excruciating length. I struggle to break free, but she just squeezes me tighter.
I'm warning you!
Hey, cheese.
She bends in and presses her lips against my cheek. Hold and flash. I don't know how much longer we have in this game, but if it ended right here, I'd be happy. But you know, I do have to end stream eventually. But hold on, if this ended here, I would be happy.
Huh.
I stare at the camera, mind blank, my non-reaction drawing out a cute giggle from her. Then it hits me. A thought so mortifying and embarrassing that it shades my skin a pink and red gradient. She thinks this is cute. At this point, I'm butter, or clay, from Marina's perspective. That's exactly what she treats me as, molding me into new positions as she snaps more photos. She's so happy. This is perfect right here, man. Absolutely perfect. Before she whines for the next photo, I nudge her head with mine. She nudges back, both of us cuddling against each other as she snaps the next picture. She takes several more shots, each one a little bit more gooberish and drenched in cheesy romantic goo than the last. I'll probably die if anyone ever sees these. But with any luck, Marina's constant bouncing will hopefully make a few of these come out fuzzy. I can turn this back up to 69. Every single time my compressor goes on and off, man. Still, I think I might love this. Like, a lot. When we first met, I didn't think I'd ever understand a naive ball of energy, just looking for some help. In a lot of ways, I still don't. I drove by at such a perfect time, who even knows what would have happened to her? Thinking about it still drives me nuts. Still, those types of things don't seem nearly as big as they used to. Even almost losing the treasure to Mariah was just a sizzling drop in the frying pan. If anything, I'm more upset that I wasn't there to help her when it went down. After all, that's why I'm here. To help and protect her. She makes me so happy. With my hand now wrapped around Marina, I clench her tighter, only for my hand to be met with an adorable, gurgling rumble transmitted from her stomach. We both looked down at the source, her with a bashful sort of terror, and me with amused disbelief.
Even after all that food at the buffet?
I can't help it.
You're a bottomless pit. The Marina Trench.
Amber, please. That one wasn't even clever.
I cackle with glee, tossing her the keys to the RV as I walk over to the nearby shack.
I'm just messing with you, babe. Go lock up. We'll grab a bite and sleep here for the night.
Babe. Shack is sad and abandoned, the cute logo of a little chef carrying an oversized bun all but faded away. I peek inside the browning windows. It's more of the same. Rusty and decaying, outlines of tables and booths are imprinted in dust, while the ones built into the walls are just left to rot. It's always just a side thing he mentioned when talking about the thermometer, but not being able to experience everything he mentioned feels wrong. Like I'm not doing right by him. Damn.
Looks like that's one more thing I can check off your list.
Alright. I think I'm gonna save here for tonight. I don't know how much is left, but there can't be more than like an hour or two, I imagine. Unless, because we're probably gonna have like this and a music festival and stuff. But I'm gonna save here for now. And we'll get back to this the next time we play. Yeah, the second half here was even better than the first half, I thought. And I don't know, it covers everything a road trip needs, but it's also painfully sweet. Absolutely painfully sweet. And I can't wait to finish her off, which I think it's only gonna be like another hour or so. That's okay. Shorter than Please Be Happy, but I don't know, they could prove me wrong. So I'm gonna give that a save. And I'm gonna find someone for us to raid real quick. But thank you all for joining me today. Please, if you have any game suggestions coming up, that would be easy on my injured fingers. That would be very helpful. We have looks like Ishnai is that Stormblood somewhere? That looks like Stormblood. I think she's in Stormblood. But I think I'm gonna send you over to Ishnai. Thank you all so much for joining me today. And oh, she's doing quests from Yamitra. I know one of you loves Yamitra. So thank you all so much for joining me today. I'll probably be live tomorrow night as well, around the same time. And playing FF10 probably. So I'll see you guys then. Have a lovely rest of your evening. See ya.